Something really creepy happened a few months ago when I was on a road trip. I found myself driving really late at night because I was trying to find a hotel. I had stopped at a gas station, but I had no service, so I started driving to hopefully get service in the next town. However, I must have really been in a dead zone because as I continued driving, I just didn't have any service. After driving for like 20 more minutes, I took the next exit to try to find a gas station again. I still didn't have service, and at that point, I was just going to buy a map or see if the worker at the gas station knew of any nearby hotels. So after taking the exit, I did not immediately see any gas stations or anything really. I kept driving and then took another road, hoping that it would be more promising, but it wasn't. This road appeared very quiet, and very shortly after turning onto it, I noticed something strange. There appeared to be two men just sort of standing in the middle of the road. This was confusing. They did not appear to be construction workers right off the bat because they weren't wearing reflective vests or anything, and they also did not appear to be police. As I got closer, I saw that they were just wearing regular clothes. However, they both looked right at me as I approached them. I thought they might move off to the side of the road or something. Nothing appeared wrong with the street, and this was not a road that had a sidewalk on it or anything. There was woods on both sides, and it didn't seem like anybody would be out walking around there. The men stood there in the middle of the street, blocking me from passing. I came to a complete stop, and I had a bad feeling about it. I decided that it would be best to just leave. But before I did, I saw that the men were walking towards me. I lowered my driver's window a little and asked what was going on, but they didn't answer me. They just continued approaching. One of them was going towards each side of my car. I then hit reverse and started slowly backing up. One of the men went faster towards me, and I saw the other guy going to the side of the road. At that point, I turned to try to turn my car around so that I could drive the opposite way. I was far enough from the men that I didn't think they would catch me in the small amount of time that I would be stopped. So I went slightly off the road, stopped, put my car into drive, and then I started going the opposite way. By now, one of the men had gotten within 30 feet of my car, and the other was a short distance behind that. But the second man was now holding something large. I hit the gas, not knowing what it was, and started to drive away from there. In my mirror, as I was driving off, I saw the man go down and slide the object. Whatever it was slid pretty fast, and it almost reached my car, but it went off the road right behind me. That's when I realized it was probably a spike strip, the stuff that police use to pop a suspect's tires in a chase. So these guys were trying to pop my tires, but I knew that these men were not police. I kept driving away, and I got onto the next road which led to the highway. Then I tried calling the police, but I still had no service. I got back to the highway and drove down for a little while. About 15 minutes later, I finally had service again. Then I called the police. I told them about it, and they said they would go over and look into it. The men were probably gone by then though, and I never heard anything more about it. I was able to get to a hotel that night, and then continue with my road trip. This is something that still freaks me out to this day when I think about it. I'm not sure if those guys were trying to rob me or what, but I'm just really glad that I got away from them. One night in the middle of nowhere, I had a freaky situation happen to me. I was visiting my grandma, who lived out in the middle of nowhere. She had a house on the lake, and to get there required driving down a long dirt road for many miles. It wasn't a very popular lake, so she didn't have any neighbors, the closest houses being at least a mile or two away. Because it was such a long drive, whenever I visited, I would just naturally stay the night in her guest bedroom so that I wouldn't have to drive long, tiring hours in the darkness. One night when I was visiting my grandma, I was sitting out on her back patio just hanging out listening to music. It was close to midnight, and my grandma had gone to bed already, so I was just enjoying the nice night air while sitting outside on my phone. Over the sound of my music, I thought I heard something banging or clanking around. There was a steady breeze that night, so I just expected it to be the wind moving something and making noise down by the boathouse. However, as the night continued, I also saw some quick flashes of light from down by the dock and the boathouse, and I knew that somebody had to be messing around down there. I was nervous because I was out in the middle of nowhere and isolated enough that there shouldn't be anybody nearby, let alone looking around down by my grandma's boathouse. I thought about calling the cops, but decided against it because it would take over an hour for them to arrive most likely. Instead, I turned off the music and went inside to grab my grandma's revolver, which I knew she kept loaded. Upon coming back outside the patio, I saw occasional movements of light down by the boathouse, so I decided to confront whoever it was now that I had a weapon. I called out to stop messing around by the dock and to reveal themselves and leave the property. I assumed that whoever it was would simply just leave without revealing who they were, but to my surprise, the figure of a tall, skinny man stepped out onto the dock. Illuminated by the moonlight, all I could see was his figure at first, but as he approached, I saw that it was an older gentleman. He casually began walking up the dock and towards where I was standing on the back patio, as if he had been doing nothing wrong. He didn't say anything as he slowly kept approaching, so I yelled out to stop and leave the property or else I'd shoot. I thought for sure that would be enough warning for him, but he just kept coming up the lawn towards me. I finally took a warning shot right above his head to stop him from advancing. After I had fired the shot, he put up his hands and spoke to me for the first time, saying to take it easy and relax. Fully creeped out by the demeanor of this old skinny man, I told him to leave immediately or I would shoot him. The man stood still for a couple seconds, and I thought that he might start walking towards me again and I'd have to shoot him. However, he turned back and walked out into the woods, back down to the left of the dock, and disappeared. I was worried the rest of the night and didn't get much sleep, half expecting him to come back, but he never did. I'm not sure what his deal was and why he was so comfortable and nonchalant about approaching me while at gunpoint. The following morning, I warned my grandma about it, just in case he ever came around again. This happened to me 2 years ago, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. I live in the countryside of Ireland, far from the nearest town, out in the middle of nowhere. It's usually pretty quiet, which is nice. Most nights, the only sounds I hear are the occasional cow escaping the field next door or my dog barking at someone walking by. But about 2 years ago, I heard something really strange. It was late spring, and the night sky was clear. I remember stepping into the kitchen around midnight for a snack. As I rummaged through the cupboards, I began to hear noises outside. At first, I thought it was just an animal, but the sounds only grew louder. I opened up the window to listen better, and I saw my dog standing by the back door. She wasn't barking, which was strange because she usually barks at anything, especially animals. Instead, she was focused on the forest behind our house. The noise was hard to describe, but it was like metal being scraped, but it had a croaky quality to it. I didn't like it, and the fact that my dog was scared made me uneasy, because she was a big dog and not easily frightened. I couldn't understand what could be out there, so I decided to bring her inside and go to bed. But as I lay in my room, the sound seemed to follow me. It shifted to the front of the house, which didn't make sense. I shut my curtains, hoping to block out whatever was outside. Just as I got comfortable, I heard a tap on my window. It was soft at first, but then it became a steady tapping noise. It sounded like stones being thrown against the glass. I stayed under the covers, just listening and hoping that it would stop. It went on for what felt like an eternity, but eventually I fell asleep. The next morning, I mentioned the night to my neighbors. That's when I found out a man had moved into a house just around the corner. They said he wasn't exactly a law-abiding citizen, and he had a history of trouble with the law, so much so that whispers about him being a drug dealer floated around. About a month later, a massive stash of drugs was discovered in a shed nearby, and we never saw that man again after that. Thinking back, I can't shake the feeling that he might have been trying to scare me that night while he was high or something, but it was just all so strange. Like, how did he create that sound for hours, and how did the sound move around the outside of my house so quickly? What unsettled me the most was the thought of what could have happened if I had gone to check on the noise. I'm still not 100% sure of what it was, but it freaked me out.
A long time ago, my job had an office near the Canadian border in Washington State. I often had to travel up there to help train staff. Being a bachelor in my late 20s and liked getting away for a few days, I was always up to making some extra cash by volunteering to go whenever help was needed up there. I would usually fly up there, but there were a few occasions where I would have to bring some equipment with me and would drive. This one particular time was about 17 years ago. We had bought a bunch of equipment wholesale and would have to be delivered, along with some other odds and ends, to our office in upstate Washington. Of course, everyone knew that I would volunteer for the drive. I would be driving a box truck up there and would have to fly back. Prior to this, I would always drive a company car or an SUV, but I wasn't too worried. The box truck wasn't that big. I always preferred to start my journey toward the end of the day because I'm one of those people who like driving at night. For the majority of my drive, it was uneventful. I only stopped at gas stations and the occasional rest stop whenever nature called. At some point near the California-Oregon border is when things started to get strange. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning. I had to stop at a rest area. It was probably the last one on the California side. In the far distance, I do remember seeing some truckers parked, but basically, the rest of the parking lot was empty. Now at this point, I wasn't really thinking anything was creepy or out of the ordinary. I get out of my truck and go to the restroom to take care of business. I took my time because I wanted to stretch my legs a bit. Once I made my exit and began walking back over to my truck, I noticed that there's a vehicle parked next to mine. This entire parking lot was open, and this person pulls up right next to me. I thought it was odd, but I brushed it off and jumped back into the truck to continue my journey. About 10 or 12 miles down the freeway, my truck begins to act funny. The interior lights begin flickering. A little while later, all the lights in the vehicle go out. The interior lights, the tail lights, and the headlights. At this point, it's about 2 a.m., and I'm driving through a forested area in southern Oregon. I was more angry than scared at that point, driving 60 miles an hour in the middle of what seemed to be like a scene out of Tales from the Dark Side. I pound my fist on the dashboard and scream at the truck. Almost instantly, everything came back on. At the next rest stop, I decided to pull over again. All the adrenaline made me had to take another piss. I jumped out of my truck and went to the restroom, although this time I didn't take as long inside. When I came back out, I remember thinking that I should stay there until dawn. As I approach my truck again, I see an older guy, somewhat heavy-set, gray hair. He was standing next to my truck. I didn't see a vehicle near mine, but I just assumed that he was out stretching his legs. As I get closer, he starts up a conversation, saying something about the weather. A very light snow was falling, but not the kind of stuff that stays on the ground. I wasn't really paying much attention to him, because my first impression was he was just a lonely old guy who wanted to chat, and I really wasn't in the mood. He then said something that made my hairs stand up. As he was looking at my truck, he says, "Are you having some mechanical problems?" I stopped in my tracks, and I felt all the blood rushing to my head. I just said, no, it's working fine. I just stopped here to use the restroom." "Oh, well, I don't live too far from here. You're more than welcome to join me for a hot cup of coffee, or maybe you want to rest on the couch for a while." This guy had no idea who I was, and he was inviting me into his home? This kinda gave me the creeps, but I kept it to myself. So I basically ended the conversation with, "No thanks, I better get back on the road before the snow gets worse." As I was driving away, I see that he's walking behind the restrooms, so I think to myself, what the heck was that all about? My mind is racing and retracing my last few stops. How did this guy know that I was having mechanical problems with my truck? I suddenly thought back to the rest stop in California and remembering that car that was parked next to me. Could he have done something to the wiring of my truck while I was in the restroom? A few more miles down the road, I wasn't having any new problems with my lights, but I did have to stop at a gas station to fill up. In the state of Oregon, they don't let you pump your own gas, so while I was waiting for the attendant, I decided to go in and grab a drink. As I was waiting for my fueling, I walk around my truck and look for any signs of tampering, and then noticed up near the front fender of the truck, I could see some smears that I wasn't really sure of. I just told myself, "You're just freaking yourself out." As soon as the attendant filled up my tank, I jumped back into the truck, and just as I was pulling out of the gas station, I see a car parked in the corner of the gas station's parking lot. Someone was inside, staring at me. I tell myself that I'm just being paranoid, but this car looked a lot like the one that I had seen in California. Was that old man following me? Was he waiting for the right time and place to sabotage my vehicle? As I continued driving, the snow became a bit more concerning. I didn't grow up in an area that had heavy snowfall, but I did have a little bit of experience driving in the snow, but not enough to know when things became too hazardous. I looked out my rearview mirror and see a pair of headlights trailing behind me, which was odd because most drivers just passed me up, but this person was tailing me. I was already going well under the speed limit, and I slowed down a bit more, but still, the driver was not passing me. I was approaching Portland, Oregon. It was still dark out, and the snow was still lightly falling. I decided that I would pull over again, and maybe the car that was behind me would pass. I take the next exit, and in front of me is another gas station with a patrol car parked out front. I immediately pulled up next to the cruiser and got out. There was a lady police officer there, and I start making a conversation with her about the snow and the expected conditions. I was thinking about telling her about the car behind me, but suddenly I felt kinda silly about it. What was I going to say? "Hey officer, I think I'm being followed by an old man who may or may not have done something to my truck." She was very nice, and she asked me where I was going and where I came from. I kept looking around to see if I could spot the car, but it was nowhere in sight. She suggested that I stop for the night and starts telling me about the dangers of driving without proper sleep, and tells me that if I go down the road a couple blocks, there was a motel behind a gas station. I decided that she was right. The stress of this entire situation was exhausting. Hopefully by the time I get back out on the road, the snow would be gone and I would be more rested. As I pulled up to the motel, I decided to park my truck behind the building so it wouldn't be seen from the road. I go to my hotel room as quickly as I could and lock the door. Honestly, I didn't get much rest. I stayed up and watched TV and nodded off here and there, jumping at every noise I heard outside. My mind kept racing back, recalling all the events from before the California border, up to my conversation with a police officer. Maybe he saw me talking to the cop and decided to back off. Maybe he was waiting for me to pull over at another rest stop to carry out whatever his plan was. Why would a stranger invite another stranger into his house in the middle of the night at a rest stop? And why did he ask if I was having problems with my truck? This all felt too strange to just be a coincidence. Finally, at around 7 a.m., I decided that enough was enough. I got up, had myself a big breakfast before checking out of the hotel, and continued on my trip to the office. Thankfully, nothing else strange happened, but I always wondered about that night. Call me paranoid, but something deep down tells me that I interrupted that old man from doing something else to my truck at the rest stop in Oregon. Maybe he was part of a robbery plot for whatever was in the back of my truck. I guess I'll never know. I just feel like I avoided something terrible happening to me.
This happened back when I was 8 years old. Back then, I had a friend named Max. Max and I were friends from school and would hang out at each other's houses. I remember that one Friday night, I got invited to sleep over at his house. For the most part, Max's family had a pretty average house in a common neighborhood. The living room of the house was at the front end, and the kitchen was towards the back. The bedrooms were located upstairs. So I went to his house after school with my sleeping bag, toothbrush, and some other stuff. My mom was going to pick me up from his house the next morning. When I got there, I remember I had pizza with Max and his family and we hung out. Later on in the night, I don't remember exactly why, but for some reason we were going to sleep in the living room. Maybe it was because that's where the TV was, or maybe it was just because there was more space there. But both Max and I put our sleeping bags on the floor down in the living room. When it got late, Max's parents and sister went up to bed, and the two of us hung out in the living room. We didn't stay up that much longer though, because Max got tired pretty quickly. I remember that he got into his sleeping bag and was soon out. I, on the other hand, was not that tired. I remember laying down, getting under my covers, and closing my eyes, but for some reason, I just couldn't sleep. I really didn't feel tired at all. I didn't have a cell phone or anything way back then, so I was pretty bored. I was just laying there in the dark, looking around the living room, or trying to sleep. This went on for what felt like a really long time. I would say that it was at least 30 minutes to an hour. The house was very dark, and also completely silent. Then, suddenly, out of nowhere, I heard the sound of the garage door open. It was the door that led from the garage to the pantry, which was next to the dining room. When I heard it, I was really surprised. I had no idea who that would be. For a moment, I thought maybe it was Max's father, but I had literally seen everybody in his family go up to bed in the other direction. I also could not see the garage door from where I was. You see, the living room was completely closed off from that part of the house. You had to go around a corner and enter the kitchen. Then you would have a view of the dining room and pantry area. I could only see a small part of the kitchen from where I was, and it was the opposite direction. After I heard the door open, I briefly heard footsteps, which were really quiet, but then things were pretty much silent again. I quickly became really nervous, fearing that it might be an intruder. I was expecting whoever it was to probably walk through the kitchen and either go into the living room or go upstairs. Either way, that would be walking by me if they did. I laid in my sleeping bag and did not make a sound at all, but I did look over to the corner. I didn't see anything, but I was half expecting to see somebody walk around the corner at any moment. But as I continued to watch, I didn't see anyone. I did not hear anything more either. I definitely was not tired now. I just kept laying there, not knowing what to do or what was going on for the longest time. Maybe 10 or 15 minutes later, I still hadn't heard or seen anything, and I decided to wake Max up. I went over to him and tapped his shoulder. After a few tries, he awoke, and he asked me what was going on. I told him that I heard the garage door to the house open, and I thought that somebody had entered. He asked me if I was joking, and when I said no, he seemed to wake up. After whispering to each other and discussing it for a few moments, we decided to go and look. I was pretty nervous, but Max and I got up and walked over to the corner to go and see. We walked over, and right before we reached the wall and entrance of the kitchen, we heard the sound of the door opening again. Then, as we looked around the corner, we were just in time to see the garage door closing and somebody walking out of it. We did not get a good look at all of who the person was, but we could tell that somebody had been there. After the door to the garage shut, Max and I were both completely shocked. Max then ran over to the garage door and locked it. After that, he sprinted back over to the living room and said he was going to wake up his parents. I waited in the living room as Max went upstairs and returned about a minute later with his parents. They came down, and Max's father walked into the garage. We discussed what happened with his mother, and a few minutes later, his father returned inside. He said that whoever was there had left. Max's father even looked around the backyard a little bit and was confident that he didn't see anyone. At that point, everybody pretty much went back to bed. Max's parents went back upstairs, and Max and I got back into our sleeping bags. Now, Max once again fell asleep relatively fast, and I once more could not. I laid there awake for at least another 30 minutes. Things were completely silent. However, I finally started to feel relaxed and even a little bit sleepy. But just then, those feelings were interrupted when I heard the garage doorknob turn. With it being locked though, the door did not open. I figured that the person was back. Luckily, they were not able to get inside. I just heard them try the door that one time. I kept laying there and listening. There were no more noises. Eventually, I was able to fall asleep. The next morning, I told Max about hearing the doorknob turn again the previous night. We told his parents as well, and his dad searched the entire property. However, whoever had been there must have actually been gone then, because he didn't find anything. My mom soon came and picked me up after that. I didn't really hear anything more of it from Max. I stayed over at his house a few more times, and nothing like that ever happened again.
He wasn't my blood uncle. He was my biological aunt's brother-in-law. My mom used to date sketchy guys when I was a teenager. I didn't live with her much because she was a horrible role model. So my grandmother raised me for a big chunk of my life, and I am thankful for that because she taught me many values and how to be a lady. I later moved in with my father and stepmother and my half-siblings when I was around 15, and I had a wonderful life with them. But let's rewind the clock to when I was 14. At the time, I lived with my mother and her sleazy boyfriend named Dale. We were on the second story of a duplex. Her boyfriend had this friend who would come over occasionally, who looked just like the white guy from Jerky Boys. Same hair too. He always creeped me out because he kept staring at me, and I would always catch him in the act. My aunt lived down the block, and I would visit her quite frequently because she was one of those cool aunts. She was in her 20s, super fun, and had this 1969 Firebird convertible that she would drive around in and blast rock music. When I would visit her house, I would sometimes run into her brother-in-law. His name was Jeff, Uncle Jeff. He was renting out her basement. I kinda thought he was weird, but an okay guy. So one night at around 11:30, I was home by myself when I get a knock on the door. Our door had a square glass panel toward the top that was painted over, with a small peephole scratched into it. When I looked through, I could see that it was Jeff on the other side. I opened the door. "Oh, hey Jeff, what's up? Hey, is your mom or Dale home?" "No, mom's at work, and I don't know where Dale is." He then asked me to come downstairs because he wanted to talk to me. This didn't raise any red flags because I considered him family. I was also pretty timid and didn't like saying no to people, especially adults. So I follow him downstairs to the front porch. I see his car is parked and still running, with the headlights on. Sitting in the passenger seat with the window rolled down was the other creepy guy I alluded to earlier, Jerky Boy. I paused. What's he doing here?" Hey, relax. We just want to talk. We wanted to ask you something." He began to gently guide me toward the car. My adrenaline began pumping, and all of a sudden, I felt something wasn't right. I stopped and pulled back a little, trying my best not to look scared. Jeff kept talking sweetly, running his finger up my shoulder to fix my spaghetti strap. "Oh, it's okay. Just come closer to me. There's no reason to be afraid." I pulled away politely and said, "Whatever it is you need to ask me, you can ask me right here." He kept trying to convince me just to come to the car and said that if I was too scared, I could just stand in front of the headlights. The second he said that, my stomach did a leap and my whole body started to feel electrically charged because I knew if I stood in front of the headlights, I would not be able to see, making it easy for one of them to grab me. At that very moment, I knew I was in a dangerous situation, so I started acting ditzy and dumb because I was afraid to let them know that I was onto them and that they were doing something that would land them in prison. And he would just grab me right then and there, cover my mouth, and drag me into the car so that I couldn't tell anyone. So I started to playfully joke around and said that I wasn't wearing shoes and that I didn't want to step in dog shit. I could see that Jerky Boy was now starting to come out of his car. Then I sprinted back upstairs, running as fast as I could and locking the door behind me. I was shaking so bad. Not a minute later, Jerky Boy is knocking on the door, and he's looking through the makeshift peephole. He starts saying that he needs to talk to my mom's boyfriend, Dale. I say that he's not here, so he stops knocking, but I don't hear him descending the stairs. 30 seconds after that, Jeff comes up and knocks, and is talking to me through the door, saying that he needed to talk to Dale, and then tries opening the door. However, it's locked. For the third time, I repeat that Dale wasn't there. "Oh, I'm sorry if we scared you, sweetheart. We just wanted to talk to you." That was bullshit. I was afraid that they were going to try to kick the door in, so I decided that I was going to try and sneak out the back. I walked toward the back door, and thank God I looked out the window first, because I saw the silhouette of Jerky Boy standing downstairs at the back door. So now, Jeff was at the front door, trying to sweet-talk me, and his friend was waiting out back. I know what you're probably thinking. Call the cops. I don't know why I didn't. I know it's stupid. I think it was because I was so naive and timid. Jeff was my uncle after all. I was also questioning myself and my own judgments, because Jeff kept reassuring me at the front door. So I returned to the front door, and Jeff is still there, telling me that he felt horrible for scaring me. I then tell him, trying my best to disguise any hint of fear in my voice, that everything was okay, and that I was so sorry that I got scared. I tried my best to placate him and convince him that I believed what he told me. They eventually left, and once the coast was clear, I snuck out and ran to a friend's house. I didn't tell them anything about what happened. I just said that I was scared and wanted to stay there until my mom got home. I did tell my mother about what happened, but nothing ever came of it. And thankfully I moved into my dad's house 45 miles away 3 months later. I never saw those two men again. When I was in elementary school, my parents worked long hours and wouldn't get off until it was very late in the day. I would stay in an after-school program that took place in our cafeteria. Not because I had to, but because it was more conducive with my parents' schedule. It usually consisted of doing homework and playing board games until around 5 p.m. Even then, some kids would be waiting around the pickup area for an hour or even more, and I would join them while a chaperone waited with us. I was almost always the last kid to be picked up, so whenever I would leave, so would the assigned chaperone. One day, the chaperone really needed to use the restroom. That day we were the last ones in the pickup area. He told me not to leave until he got back, so I was sitting there on the ground against the wall, when suddenly, a car pulled up. A bearded man in a flannel shirt and dark sunglasses lowered the passenger window and said, "Come on, let's go. Your dad can't pick you up today. I'm your uncle." I just sat there gripping my backpack, staring at him, completely frozen. I didn't recognize him, and I was scared, so I didn't say anything. I was confused and I didn't know what to do. Could this guy really be my uncle? Had something happened to my dad? The man seemed to get impatient, and with a stern voice, he said, "Get in the car now. Your dad got hurt. We need to go see him. Hurry." I still sat there, not moving. It was then that the chaperone returned, and as soon as he appeared, the car sped off. The chaperone wasn't able to get the license plate number and told my parents about it when they came to pick me up. From that day on, the school took extra precautions and assigned more chaperones to watch the children after school, which was a good thing. But I still wonder what would have happened if I believed him and naively went with him. He also must have been watching us for some time, because he showed up as soon as the chaperone left. This could have easily happened to a student who was younger than me, who wouldn't have known better. It's sad, but not everyone knows about stranger danger. Just watch your local news. When I was 15 years old, my great-uncle passed away due to a sudden heart attack. My father and I had to clean out his house since no one else in the family could do it. My uncle was loved by all of us and was one of the nicest guys you could ever meet. My father was broken up about losing him, but the job had to be done. His house was very neat and well organized, so we would be done in a day or two at most. I remember as a kid, we would play over at his house sometimes, whenever my parents had to work. He would allow us to play anywhere in the house, except for the attic. He made it very clear to us that going up and down the ladder to the attic was very dangerous. Therefore, we never went up there, and I never thought anything of it. Even though he would go up there sometimes for about 30 minutes, then come back down, never actually bringing anything with him or taking anything up there. While we were cleaning, I decided to finally go up to the attic just to see what was up there. It was completely empty, except for 2 boxes that were tucked away in a corner. Thinking nothing of it, I picked up the dusty boxes and took them downstairs to the living room. I opened them expecting to see some old papers because the boxes were so light. Instead, what I found were pictures. Hundreds and hundreds of photos of 3 different women. From all the angles, you could clearly tell they didn't know they were being photographed. He had pictures from daytime to night and from multiple locations. In some they were undressed, and in others they were doing everyday things like cleaning and cooking. My heart started to beat faster and faster. Looking closer, I realized one of the women was his wife, who had passed away several years earlier. I looked on the back of the pictures, and they were named. I didn't want to freak my family out without knowing what exactly I was looking at. So out of curiosity, I found the other 2 names of the women on Facebook. I was glad to find out that they were alive and okay. Once finding that out, I showed the pictures to my father, and he was just as shocked as I was. He took the boxes and I've never seen them again, and we never spoke of it. Still, I find myself wondering why he had those pictures, and if he took them himself or had someone else take them. I loved my great-uncle very much, and I couldn't imagine him being anything less than a stand-up guy. I don't know what to make of this, to be honest. I know this may not seem like a very scary story, but it most certainly freaked my father and I out pretty bad. Before I begin, I'm from Russia. My English isn't that great, but I'll try my best. I was really struggling on whether or not I wanted to share this story because I am still disturbed and shaken up to this day. I grew up in a wealthy family. Both of my parents had enough money to get me into the best schools in Russia, and I remember going to many places during the summer breaks, and to this day, those are still my fondest memories. My parents had steady jobs, and they were mostly happy together. However, my father was never very fond of my mother's side of the family, especially my uncle and both of my grandparents. For whatever reason, they didn't get along with my dad. My mom tried pleasing everyone, lending them money, even though they would never pay her back. However, things got to a point where they turned on each other. My uncle really wanted my grandparents' house, even though he already had a huge house of his own. However, the house would go to my mother after they passed away, to square off any debts. He didn't really like this arrangement, but couldn't do anything about it. As fate would have it, both of my grandparents died in the same year. My grandfather had a condition where his left side was completely paralyzed. He slipped into a coma for a week before he woke up. His last words to this day have resonated with me. He told my uncle that he never got what he wanted because he was a greedy bastard. A couple of hours later, my grandfather passed away. My grandmother's health deteriorated not long after that. My mother became very depressed after this and was diagnosed with breast cancer the next year. Thankfully, she is still alive today, but she is not the same as she used to be. She had to stop going to work because she couldn't handle the stress. My father tried opening up a new business because he made the mistake of listening to my cousin. My father was hesitant at first, but my mother convinced him to do it. Since she didn't have a job, this could be something that she could occupy her time with. My father invested a lot of money into opening up this new business. My cousin was also heavily involved and influenced my father in all his investments. By the time he finalized everything, our financial future depended on this business being successful. He was risking a lot. By this time I was in high school, while my sister was going to college. This was when the worst possible thing happened to my family. The business that my father invested so much money into did not go as planned, and he ended up closing it down. He tried selling it off, but nobody bought it for the longest time. We were now broke and asking loan sharks for money. We couldn't go anywhere. I was too embarrassed to tell my friends or anyone else for some reason. While all this was happening, my uncle had moved into my grandparents' house and would ignore my mom's calls, even though my grandparents' will clearly stated the house belonged to my mother. My uncle built a fence so that nobody could trespass. The police were no help at all, and we had no money to hire someone to help us move him out of there, and we also couldn't fight him in court. As bad as things were, the worst was yet to come. We ended up being evicted from our house, unable to pay our mortgage with most of our things now belonging to the loan sharks. I spent an entire week homeless in the winter with my parents, and if you know anything about Russia, it gets rather cold there. These were the most painful days of my life. We ended up staying at a shelter. My mother tried ending her own life a couple of times, but we would always intervene. No one wanted to help my family. Until one day I got a call from a childhood friend. Her name was Olga. Her family agreed to take me in until my parents got back on their feet. Olga's father had a close friend who was a lawyer and said that he would look into the case regarding my grandparents' house. My mother was the rightful owner, but the Russian police would not lift a finger until they had a court order, which would cost money, which is something we didn't have. That's how things work over here. For the next 6 months, I stayed at Olga's place, and we grew closer than ever, and even started dating. During this time, I eventually went back to school. The lawyer told my parents that he would be able to repossess my grandparents' house. On the day of the hearing, it took the judge 2 seconds after reviewing my grandfather's will. But my uncle still refused to cooperate, which was a big mistake. Here in Russia, the police do not mess around. I remember watching him being dragged through the snow, beaten until he was unconscious, and then thrown into the back of a squad car. Now you might think that this is where things get better, but as soon as my uncle was out of jail, he tried everything in his power to make us homeless again. He hired some people to break in and rob us. Rocks would be thrown at our windows, and we would be harassed in public. We tried reporting him, but we had no proof. My grandparents' house was very isolated, and not too many people were passing by, which made it an easy target. During a walk, my sister was almost assaulted by some men, but thankfully, she was able to get away. Once my father was financially stable again, he hired a private detective to monitor our house. They captured a photo of my uncle breaking into our house. My guess is that he ran out of money to hire people to do it for him. We reported this to the police, and showed them the photos. He was charged with breaking and entering, among many other things, and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. My cousins and my aunt tried to contact us and would leave messages on our answering machine, calling us the worst names possible and that we should have died in the freezing cold, and that someday we are going to pay for everything that we did. But eventually they stopped reaching out to us. Thank God for that. Since the events of this story, I have finished college and was able to start a successful business with some friends of mine, and I'm doing well for myself. I just hope that whenever my uncle gets out of prison, he doesn't try to start anything with my family again. One morning, when I was in elementary school, probably 3rd or 4th grade, I was awoken by my mom in a rush. She had overslept, and since she always woke me up in the mornings, this meant that I too had overslept. And now there was no way I would be ready in time to catch the bus. My school started at 8 a.m., and the bus pickup time was around 7 o'clock, but it was already 6:40, and I was still in my pajamas, and I hadn't even had breakfast yet. So my mom decided that today, she would just tell the bus driver to go ahead, and she would take me to school that day, which would give me plenty of time to get ready. So I'm sitting there in the dining room, eating breakfast, still in my pajamas, and it's now around 6:50. We hear the bus pull up, about 10 minutes earlier than usual. My mom peeks her head out of the door into the foggy morning and waves the bus on. She closes the door and comes back inside, but the bus does not pull away. A short time later, we hear a knock at the door. My mom opens it and finds a man in a bus driver's uniform. He explains that he's a substitute driver because the regular guy called in sick. He tells my mom he knows he's a few minutes early, explaining that he wanted an early start since he didn't know the route too well. My mom explains to him that she's going to take me to school herself since we had woke up late. The man gets visibly upset and says that he could wait for a few minutes since he's already running ahead of schedule. My mom insists and says that I won't be ready to go in a few minutes and tells him to go on ahead. I remember that the man seemed angry about this, but turned around, got back on the bus, and left. I returned to eating my breakfast, and I still don't have my school clothes on at this point. But at 7 a.m. sharp, another bus pulls up to my house. Mom thought it was weird and goes outside to talk to them. She comes back inside, looking absolutely terrified, but doesn't say anything about it and just tells me to finish up and start getting ready for school. At the time, I didn't know what happened, but Mom would end up explaining a few years later. When she went to the second bus, she found that it was being driven by the regular bus driver, and it was full of the other kids that are usually on my route. The other bus was empty, by the way. My mom asked the driver about the substitute and about him calling in sick. "I never called in sick. There's no substitute driver on my route," he said. The driver immediately called dispatch in a panic and told my mom to go back inside and call the police to report this incident, which she did without me knowing. There was absolutely no one covering for my bus driver that day. Whoever it was most likely a kidnapper who had targeted me. I never heard anything about it again, or even if someone else had been abducted by this mysterious fake bus driver. But chances are, if my mother hadn't overslept that day, I would have never made it to school or back home. This happened in the 90s. When I was growing up, my mom was a horrible addict. She barely took care of me as a kid. At the time of this incident, I was around 6 or 7 years old, so my awareness and understanding of things may not totally make sense. One night my mother and I were on a car ride. I wasn't sure where we were going, but it was late at night. Looking back now, I assume it was very late because there weren't many other cars on the road and I was resting in the back seat. I don't even remember getting into the car. My mom drove up to some sketchy house and left me in the back seat for what felt like forever. Suddenly, the car door swung open and someone violently grabbed me by my arm and yanked me out of the car. I began screaming and crying until the man looked me in my eyes and said, "Be quiet, don't try to run, or I'll kill you." He had a scruffy beard and he looked absolutely insane. I was scared to death, so I listened. He held me tight by my arm, shut the car door, and walked with me down the street. I looked back at the house my mom was in, hoping that she would come out at the last second and save me. I stared at the house for as long as I could, as the man dragged me further and further away. As I walked down the street, I wanted to cry, but I was still in shock and too scared to do anything. I didn't even know what I was supposed to do, so I sniffled and cried as the man tightened his grip and yelled at me. I can't even describe just how frightened and confused I was. We walked for a little while longer and ended up in the projects. It was a bunch of buildings crammed together in a very shitty neighborhood. We walked into one of the buildings and up a flight of stairs. My legs and feet were hurting like hell at this point, but I was still too scared to stop moving or complain. We climbed up another flight of stairs when I saw some random guy smoking a cigarette in the hallway. Then, without warning, the guy that had kidnapped me fell to the ground. It happened so fast. The next thing I remember, the man that was smoking the cigarette was punching and kicking the kidnapper in his head and his face. He then knocked him out cold. The cigarette guy picked up the kidnapper by the back of his jacket and threw him down the stairs. A little kid witnessing this kind of violence, an unconscious man being thrown down the stairs. To this day, I still have a fear of falling down the stairs. Once he hit the bottom, blood was everywhere. I still have no idea how the cigarette guy knew I needed help, but I'm glad he did. Maybe he saw the tears in my eyes. Maybe he just picked up on something and had a bad vibe. But he acted quickly. The cigarette guy was now pacing back and forth, swearing at himself, gritting his teeth, and clenching his fists. I thought maybe he was angry with me, so I started to cry. He then looked at me and said, Okay, shut up and stop crying." I wasn't as scared of the cigarette guy, but I still didn't want to test him. He began to ask me questions. "Why are you out here this late? Where are your parents? And why would you talk to strangers?" I was in so much shock and confusion, I couldn't answer his questions correctly. He then asked if I knew my way home, and I told him I didn't. In so many words, I tried to tell him about what happened, and somehow with the information I gave him, he knew where my mom's car was. I think he knew the area well enough to figure out where I needed to go. He told me he would take me back if I promised over and over that I wouldn't tell the police that I saw him or anyone that looked like him. This guy had an attitude, but I didn't care. I just wanted to go back to my mom, so I agreed. I followed him down the stairs. The bearded man was still lying on the floor, not moving at all. For all I knew, he was dead. The cigarette guy stepped over him, and I followed. He walked outside and nervously looked around. I remember him telling me, "The cops don't like me very much." He walked me out of the complex. He was going so fast that I basically had to jog to keep up with him. I started crying again, and he asked me what was wrong. I told him that my feet hurt, and I remember him sucking his teeth and begrudgingly picking me up and awkwardly carried me in his arms. We walked down the street for a while. I then remember him swearing and running behind a house as a cop car was driving down the road. He put me down and he told me to run to the police cruiser. I tried, but my legs could barely move and continued down the road before I could even remotely get close to it. The cigarette guy kept swearing under his breath as he picked me up again. He took me behind a lot of the houses and hid from every cop car that drove by. In retrospect, I assumed the police were looking for me. He carried me in both arms, running fast down the road. When I saw my mom at her car in the distance, she was surrounded by the police. The cigarette guy set me down and told me to run to where my mom was. Upon seeing her, I got so excited that the pain in my legs disappeared. I ran toward the police and my mother. She picked me up and hugged me tight. After I was reunited with her, the police began to ask me and my mother questions. I don't remember much about their questioning, but I do remember my mother telling them some convoluted story that didn't make any sense. She basically told me not to say anything, and being a kid, I didn't. I just sat there and cried. We went home after that. A few days later, my dad comes and picks me up. I told him everything, and after I did, I never stayed with my mom again. Looking back to that day as an adult, I never forgave my mom. Not long ago, I asked my dad what he remembers about the situation, and he told me what he thinks happened was that my mom was there to buy drugs, and I was kidnapped by somebody who just happened to be walking down the street. The person that saved me probably had warrants, and was not angry with me, but was just frustrated with the situation that he had to deal with. Imagine being a criminal on the run, and now you have to help a kidnapped girl after you just beat up her kidnapper and possibly killed him. If he would have gotten caught with me, he may have been charged for kidnapping. With my mom lying, and me being in shock and confused, I likely wouldn't have been able to tell the police that the cigarette guy was the one that helped me. Despite whatever crimes the cigarette guy committed in his past, he was the one that helped me that night, and for that, I'll be forever grateful.
Mother of 3, currently in my 30s, and this happened on Christmas Eve of last year. Around this time, my boyfriend and I had split up due to reasons I won't go into, but needless to say, it was for the best. A quick side note, I had been in several toxic relationships before, but not nearly as bad as this one. I had 3 children, all boys, one being 14, another being 7, and one being 9. With my oldest being 14, he had helped me wrap the gifts for his siblings that night, as it was already hard enough for me. For the sake of this story, I'll call him Jake. Being a mother preparing gifts alone was not easy, especially with such a short amount of time. It was around 2 a.m., and my oldest and I had just gotten finished wrapping presents and got ready to go to bed. As I was placing down the last present, Jake taps me and points to the living room window. Seeing that it was pitch dark out, I couldn't see anything but the faint snow outside. It wasn't until I looked a bit closer that I noticed what appeared to be a dark figure peering into the window. I took a step back in horror when I came to the realization that there was someone watching us. I'm not sure how my son saw him, but I'm glad he pointed it out nonetheless. Growing up, I was always taught how to deal with situations like this. I didn't freak out or anything, but I figured I'd use a more constructive approach to deal with it. I go outside with my son behind me and straight up tell the person to please leave and that they had no business being here. By this point, I was able to see that this person was actually a woman. However, there was something clearly off about her that made my son and I both feel really uneasy. We weren't sure as to what it was, but if we had to say, it had to be her eyes. She then plays stupid and begins to apologize and said that she was just trying to scare her friend. She then claimed that she had the wrong house and then went on her way, constantly staring back. That was the last we ever saw of her, but my son was always skeptical about what her actual intentions were.
Just to give a little background information, I grew up in the deep rural South, where almost all of labor was seasonal. There was always many Hispanic families blowing through the town during the seasons, usually harvesting related. They would get to town and fill absolutely every rental and open every property in town. The economy would literally boom for 3 months straight, maybe even 4. Then the cycle would shift once again. These families would pass through generally 2 or 3 times a year before the winter hit, and then they all moved on. The harvesting and agricultural work dried up with the winter change, and so did our buzzing little economy. So around Christmas time in the late 80s and early 90s, me, my cousins, and all my friends are having a sleepover at one of my friends' house during one of our rare snowstorms. This particular friend's dad was ex-military, had a pretty cool collection of surplus gear, namely a pair of night vision goggles. This was one of the reasons we like to conglomerate at his house. There's just always cool shit to play with. As I explained before, this is the deep South in the middle of winter, so as you can imagine, there's even less to do than normal, especially for a bunch of kids that can't even drive. We went and manned the windows so one could look out at the snowfall. I think we were playing something akin to Army Base, so we were pretending to be scouts or lookouts and would call for an approaching enemy. Then someone would hand the goggles over to us. It was a fun way to share the coolest toy we were allowed to play with, and also keep us entertained. It felt like we were on a special mission, and every movement counted. Also, the snow and surrounding woodland looked unbelievable, way cooler than it does in the movies. You can literally see everything in motion. That's when we noticed something strange. Consistent movement coming from the nearest neighboring house. Now, this house had been abandoned for a couple of months at the time, as we all knew the family that had moved. We don't know exactly what happened, but suddenly they were getting out of town ASAP. Probably something to do with the wishy-washy economy. Either way, even the kids of the family that went to school just disappeared one day, and that was that. No one ever moved in. No for sale sign, just a big, empty, kind of creepy house in the corner. This house, in the moment, doesn't appear abandoned. Faintly, and only with the help of the night vision goggles, we could see a light on in the attic. It almost appeared to be wavering or dying, maybe turning on and off. There's just something inconsistent about how it reads through the goggles. We took turns passing them around, trying to guess what we were all seeing. So as a group of teenagers tend to do, we decided we need to investigate. We went to the mudroom and started layering up on our warmest clothes for the mission at hand. Flannels, denims, coats, and then an outer shell. Black gloves and beanies came last to keep us hidden in the dark. We felt like this little paramilitary unit. Although the truth is, if anything decided to kill us, there wouldn't have been shit we could do to stop it. We were barely 12 years old at the time. We navigated the woodland rather than use the road. This made us feel even cooler. Kept us out of sight of any potential watchmen. I think we all believed there was going to be an enemy or a great mystery, so we decided we needed to sneak up on it. Sure enough, we step onto the property and there's definitely a light on the attic. It's a candle, flickering back and forth beyond the single slat window that we can see through. The wavering of the flame was what made it inconsistent through the NVGs. If it blew too hard, it almost looked like it went out. We stood there in the cold and just stared. Clearly there was someone inside of this abandoned house. Someone who probably shouldn't be in there. There wasn't a chance of any of us getting any closer to the house to actually look around. We knew the porch to be creaky, would give away our position. We slunk back into the tree line and just watched for a bit. Chased what the slender shadows we could see moving around in the attic up there. After a while, the chill got us. We retreated back to the house, where we continued to monitor with the night vision goggles until we had to go to bed. We agreed we'd investigate for real when the sun was up. The next morning, we all trekked back over to the house and, not seeing any more light from the attic, made our way inside. This was easier than it should have been, but as mentioned, we knew that kid used to live there. He showed us the loose windows and doors that failed to latch. We slipped in without much noise and closed everything behind us and then waited. We wanted to make sure no one saw us come in. After a few minutes of silence, we began to look around. As expected, the house was completely cleared out. No furniture, no decor, nothing. There were stains on the walls from where the pictures had been hanging. The drawers and cupboards were totally empty. There wasn't any evidence of a squatter, vagrant, or serial killer. There was only one place left to look. Now, this could have been just us teenagers having an overactive imagination, but I swear that when we pulled open the trapdoor to the attic, a cold wind rushed past us. Everyone from the front of the line to the back felt it, which is why I still don't deny that it happened. This wasn't the most unbelievable part, though. As we climbed up into that attic, we noticed it was just as barren as the rest of the house, save for the one central feature. There, in the middle of the attic, was a bloody sacrificed lamb nailed to a crucifix. Those of us in the lead that actually got into the attic had a full meltdown, screaming, backpedaling, trying to get away from the carnage. The smell was horrendous, and there at the foot of the crucifix were a pair of burnt out candles. We ran back down the ladder, then down the hall, and barreled through any manner of exit that we saw fit. No one bothered to close anything behind them. After that, we made a tear through the thicket and back to our friend's house. We went straight to his dad and told him. This is the same military dad with all the badass equipment. We were actually elated it was him that we got to tell. No one was more prepared than the guy with the machine guns and night vision goggles. He didn't really have the reaction that we wanted, though. He laughed and told us to just carry on. It was only after 20 minutes of breathless pleading did he actually start to listen. We went over it as detailed as possible, from last night until now, of exactly what we'd seen. Our friend's dad tucked a pistol into his waistband and then wandered over to the property. He poked around for a minute before he came hustling back and called the police. There's a big story, a big report, and it never went anywhere. Like I said at the beginning, because of the nature of the town we lived in, there was always weird people rolling through, which meant weird shit was always happening. In the South, we also had the misfortune of having our law enforcement caught up with the tail end of the satanic panic, so they didn't really have the urge to get to the bottom of it. My cousin says he thinks maybe it had something to do with the weird sect of Catholicism or something. But the scariest part to us is that we almost went into the house during whatever ritual was taking place. It could have been us nailed to that crucifix.
This happened on Christmas Eve of 2021. My brother, who was 22 at the time, and I, a female 31 at the time, lived together in a city about 2 hours away from our hometown where our parents still live. I'll call myself Riley and my brother Shadow for privacy. Our mother's birthday is Christmas Day, so as a family, we've always celebrated her birthday on Christmas Eve growing up. However, now that my brother and I are managers at our jobs, sometimes it's harder to get the day off to be able to travel home. Luckily that year we were able to work it out and actually come home on Christmas Eve, and later on in the story, for the safety of my parents, I'm really glad we came home that extra day early. We get home on Christmas Eve at about 5 in the afternoon. We have our mom's birthday celebration with cake and presents, just the 4 of us. Me, Shadow, and her mom and dad. It was a great time. Winding down that night, we had decided to watch some Christmas movies to get into that holiday spirit. Dad tends to fall asleep pretty easily when he sits down, so he was starting to nod off at about 20 to 30 minutes into the movie. Shadow and Mom are talking on the other couch, and I'm distracted by my phone, when suddenly there's a loud knocking at the door. It's nearly 9 p.m. at this time, and we were not expecting anyone. To help visualize, the front door has a window in it, but the glass is designed in such a way that it lets light in, but you can't actually see inside. I'm sitting on a couch that is directly in front of the door, further in past the foyer into the open vaulted living room, as well as the kitchen open concept. I can see a figure standing there, and for some reason, my stomach sank and I felt really scared all of a sudden. I almost feel like my body knew something was wrong, but my mind hadn't caught up yet. I slapped Dad lightly on the arm to wake him up as the guy knocks loudly yet again. In his half-sleepy state, I tell him, "Dad, someone's at the door." Well, he gets up and opens the door instead of using the home security system to talk to this person via the doorbell camera. I can't remember specifically what the man at the door had said, but it was an older guy, probably mid to late 60s, and he kept repeating to my dad, "She's here. I need to see her." The stranger did say a name, but I don't remember the context, so for the sake of the story, we'll just call her Sandra. "Sandra lives here. She has my medicine, and I need my medicine," he repeats to my dad. Nobody named Sandra lives here, sir. You have the wrong house," Dad said back. I felt my heart start to race as I jumped up to the door, feeling the need to help. Shadow and Mom jumped up too, and eventually all four of us were at the door telling this man that he had the wrong house, when suddenly he began to force his way past my dad, nearly knocking him over. Now, Dad is not a small man by any means. He's over 6 foot tall and over 300 pounds. I couldn't believe at the time that this scrawny man had been able to catch my dad off guard. In what felt like slow motion, I hold up Dad as he, Shadow, and Mom start trying to close the door. The man had his hand on the door's edge and refused to let go, still managing to push against all four of us. Shadow begins to punch the man's hand on the door repeatedly to get him to let go, taking about 6 or 7 punches before the man lets go in pain, and as he falls back, the door slams shut. We'll lock the deadbolt quickly before the man has a chance to try and open it again. The stranger immediately begins banging on the door so hard that it feels like he's trying to break it, and all the while screaming for this Sandra woman. I immediately decide to call 911 while my mom tries to go find something to defend us. We've always lived in this city, and my parents never owned guns, so the only thing my mom found was a rather large sturdy rolling pin. Better than nothing at the time. Right next to the door on the wall was the security camera pin pad, where we could see the man pacing back and forth from his car to the door to bang on it some more, still calling and screaming for Sandra. "Sandra, I know you're in there, so come out. Give me my medicine." I had gone to my childhood bedroom, which was also at the front of the house, to see if I could see the guy while on the phone with dispatch. It took about 15 minutes for the police to finally show up. In that time, the guy had walked all around the front of the house. It felt like he was looking for a place to get in, but my parents had a privacy fence all the way around, so we got really lucky with that. He also randomly had a bag in his hand at one point, which he didn't have initially. I thought that was strange. The cops pull up behind the man's truck, which was in our driveway. One starts talking to him near our front door, while the other stands closer to the guy's vehicle. I don't remember all of the conversation, but they ask him why he's here and what he wants. The man tells them again about Sandra and his medicine. The taller cop starts walking to our door, as the other cop convinces the man to walk back towards his truck. My parents open the door to the cop as I then rejoin them from the bedroom. We explain to the cop what had happened, and we tell him how the guy tried to force his way inside the house. Dad also tells him that they've lived here for over 10 years and have never heard of this Sandra. Dad goes outside with the cop, and eventually we find out that Sandra is my parents' new next-door neighbor who had moved in less than a month prior. The man was her ex-husband. They had only been separated for less than half a year and were still doing things for one another, and that included Sandra picking up his medications for him. She also explained that during the time he was banging on our door, when I had seen him going to the side of the house, he had actually gone and got the medicine from her at the house next door, and yet came back to our house and continued to bang and yell on our door for her for some reason. That was the bag that I'd seen in his hand. The cops took down our information, and he let the guy go on the grounds that he wouldn't come back, and he agreed. I don't know what was going on with him mentally, and the cops never got back to us on anything, so I guess it was just forgotten about. All I know is Christmas Eve will never be the same for us, and I'm really glad Shadow and I were able to come the day early, because if we hadn't, I don't know what would have happened if our parents had to go through that all alone. Stay safe this holiday season, everyone, and don't forget to always check the door before opening it, whether that's through the peephole or your doorbell camera. Don't risk it, and be safe.
My name is Jordan, and this happened on Christmas morning of 2012. Seeing as this was about 12 years ago, I can't remember every detail, but I'll try my best to explain everything that happened. Ever since I was very young, I lived with my aunt and uncle throughout my childhood. Long story short, my mom was a major meth head, and my dad spent a long time in jail. Because of that, they were in no position to raise a kid, and that was why I went to live with my extended family. Ever since then, I felt happier around them, where they actually cared for me and my well-being. Anyway, it was Christmas morning, and me, being the excited 6-year-old I was, went out into the living room. Stocked under the tree were a bunch of presents and gifts. It was a child's dream come true. At that point in time, I ran to my aunt and uncle's room and waked them up to tell them that Santa had come. As tired as they were, they sucked it up and came out to watch me open my presents and just appreciating the Christmas spirit. I'd say it took us a full hour to open all of the presents before cleaning up all of the open wrapping paper and other trash. As I was holding the trash bag open, I thought I could see something from the corner of my eye by the stairs. That's when I look over and see 2 pairs of shoes walking upstairs. Being only 6, I could only assume it was Santa, and I had dropped my bag and ran towards the stairs. I remember just looking up at the top of the stairs when my aunt asks me what I was looking at. I just responded with Santa and pointed up the stairs. This made my aunt and uncle laugh it off as me being imaginative or trying to be funny in some way. My aunt comes over to me and grabs me by the hand and then looks up at the stairs when she saw it. At the top of the stairs in the guest bedroom was someone hiding behind the door. The room upstairs was dark, so she couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. My aunt screamed at the top of her lungs and told my uncle to call the police. This caused me to start crying as I didn't understand what was going on at the time. According to my aunt, whoever was up there didn't bother trying to run and just sort of stayed where they were hiding. Our neighborhood was located not too far from a police station, so they were able to get here pretty quickly. However, in similar situations like this, whoever we saw upstairs was gone. He got away with it scot-free. We always kept our doors locked at all times, so it would be extremely difficult for someone to just break in like that. Mind you, we had a dog too, so the fact that he didn't sense that someone else was in the house made the situation even more weird. This made my aunt and uncle believe that whoever was in our house was someone we knew. We almost never used the upstairs, as it was only for guests or for company staying over. My aunt had some valuable stuff in the closet of that room, nearly $5,000 worth of stuff, and most of it had been taken. Police had found no evidence as to who it might have been, and we aren't sure as to how they got away. My uncle believes it had to be through the upstairs window, but that hasn't been confirmed nor denied. 2 weeks later, my uncle had went upstairs to fix a pipe that had apparently been leaking when he found something disturbing. In one of the closets upstairs, he had found various kitchen knives stabbed into the wall, along with several food wrappers and a sleeping bag. The sleeping bag being my uncle's. Whoever it was had been living in our home for God knows how long and had since been eating our food. In fact, this explains why we were so suspicious about how our food had been disappearing so fast. While my aunt and uncle believe it could have been someone we knew, I believe it had possibly been a squatter seeking shelter. This would explain why they were eating our food and why they had stayed in the house. We haven't seen that person since, and I'll always remember what happened that one Christmas.
Something really creepy happened a few months ago when I was on a road trip. I found myself driving really late at night because I was trying to find a hotel. I had stopped at a gas station, but I had no service, so I started driving to hopefully get service in the next town. However, I must have really been in a dead zone because as I continued driving, I just didn't have any service. After driving for like 20 more minutes, I took the next exit to try to find a gas station again. I still didn't have service, and at that point, I was just going to buy a map or see if the worker at the gas station knew of any nearby hotels. So after taking the exit, I did not immediately see any gas stations or anything really. I kept driving and then took another road, hoping that it would be more promising, but it wasn't. This road appeared very quiet, and very shortly after turning onto it, I noticed something strange. There appeared to be two men just sort of standing in the middle of the road. This was confusing. They did not appear to be construction workers right off the bat because they weren't wearing reflective vests or anything, and they also did not appear to be police. As I got closer, I saw that they were just wearing regular clothes. However, they both looked right at me as I approached them. I thought they might move off to the side of the road or something. Nothing appeared wrong with the street, and this was not a road that had a sidewalk on it or anything. There was woods on both sides, and it didn't seem like anybody would be out walking around there. The men stood there in the middle of the street, blocking me from passing. I came to a complete stop, and I had a bad feeling about it. I decided that it would be best to just leave. But before I did, I saw that the men were walking towards me. I lowered my driver's window a little and asked what was going on, but they didn't answer me. They just continued approaching. One of them was going towards each side of my car. I then hit reverse and started slowly backing up. One of the men went faster towards me, and I saw the other guy going to the side of the road. At that point, I turned to try to turn my car around so that I could drive the opposite way. I was far enough from the men that I didn't think they would catch me in the small amount of time that I would be stopped. So I went slightly off the road, stopped, put my car into drive, and then I started going the opposite way. By now, one of the men had gotten within 30 feet of my car, and the other was a short distance behind that. But the second man was now holding something large. I hit the gas, not knowing what it was, and started to drive away from there. In my mirror, as I was driving off, I saw the man go down and slide the object. Whatever it was slid pretty fast, and it almost reached my car, but it went off the road right behind me. That's when I realized it was probably a spike strip, the stuff that police use to pop a suspect's tires in a chase. So these guys were trying to pop my tires, but I knew that these men were not police. I kept driving away, and I got onto the next road which led to the highway. Then I tried calling the police, but I still had no service. I got back to the highway and drove down for a little while. About 15 minutes later, I finally had service again. Then I called the police. I told them about it, and they said they would go over and look into it. The men were probably gone by then though, and I never heard anything more about it. I was able to get to a hotel that night, and then continue with my road trip. This is something that still freaks me out to this day when I think about it. I'm not sure if those guys were trying to rob me or what, but I'm just really glad that I got away from them. One night in the middle of nowhere, I had a freaky situation happen to me. I was visiting my grandma, who lived out in the middle of nowhere. She had a house on the lake, and to get there required driving down a long dirt road for many miles. It wasn't a very popular lake, so she didn't have any neighbors, the closest houses being at least a mile or two away. Because it was such a long drive, whenever I visited, I would just naturally stay the night in her guest bedroom so that I wouldn't have to drive long, tiring hours in the darkness. One night when I was visiting my grandma, I was sitting out on her back patio just hanging out listening to music. It was close to midnight, and my grandma had gone to bed already, so I was just enjoying the nice night air while sitting outside on my phone. Over the sound of my music, I thought I heard something banging or clanking around. There was a steady breeze that night, so I just expected it to be the wind moving something and making noise down by the boathouse. However, as the night continued, I also saw some quick flashes of light from down by the dock and the boathouse, and I knew that somebody had to be messing around down there. I was nervous because I was out in the middle of nowhere and isolated enough that there shouldn't be anybody nearby, let alone looking around down by my grandma's boathouse. I thought about calling the cops, but decided against it because it would take over an hour for them to arrive most likely. Instead, I turned off the music and went inside to grab my grandma's revolver, which I knew she kept loaded. Upon coming back outside the patio, I saw occasional movements of light down by the boathouse, so I decided to confront whoever it was now that I had a weapon. I called out to stop messing around by the dock and to reveal themselves and leave the property. I assumed that whoever it was would simply just leave without revealing who they were, but to my surprise, the figure of a tall, skinny man stepped out onto the dock. Illuminated by the moonlight, all I could see was his figure at first, but as he approached, I saw that it was an older gentleman. He casually began walking up the dock and towards where I was standing on the back patio, as if he had been doing nothing wrong. He didn't say anything as he slowly kept approaching, so I yelled out to stop and leave the property or else I'd shoot. I thought for sure that would be enough warning for him, but he just kept coming up the lawn towards me. I finally took a warning shot right above his head to stop him from advancing. After I had fired the shot, he put up his hands and spoke to me for the first time, saying to take it easy and relax. Fully creeped out by the demeanor of this old skinny man, I told him to leave immediately or I would shoot him. The man stood still for a couple seconds, and I thought that he might start walking towards me again and I'd have to shoot him. However, he turned back and walked out into the woods, back down to the left of the dock, and disappeared. I was worried the rest of the night and didn't get much sleep, half expecting him to come back, but he never did. I'm not sure what his deal was and why he was so comfortable and nonchalant about approaching me while at gunpoint. The following morning, I warned my grandma about it, just in case he ever came around again. This happened to me 2 years ago, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. I live in the countryside of Ireland, far from the nearest town, out in the middle of nowhere. It's usually pretty quiet, which is nice. Most nights, the only sounds I hear are the occasional cow escaping the field next door or my dog barking at someone walking by. But about 2 years ago, I heard something really strange. It was late spring, and the night sky was clear. I remember stepping into the kitchen around midnight for a snack. As I rummaged through the cupboards, I began to hear noises outside. At first, I thought it was just an animal, but the sounds only grew louder. I opened up the window to listen better, and I saw my dog standing by the back door. She wasn't barking, which was strange because she usually barks at anything, especially animals. Instead, she was focused on the forest behind our house. The noise was hard to describe, but it was like metal being scraped, but it had a croaky quality to it. I didn't like it, and the fact that my dog was scared made me uneasy, because she was a big dog and not easily frightened. I couldn't understand what could be out there, so I decided to bring her inside and go to bed. But as I lay in my room, the sound seemed to follow me. It shifted to the front of the house, which didn't make sense. I shut my curtains, hoping to block out whatever was outside. Just as I got comfortable, I heard a tap on my window. It was soft at first, but then it became a steady tapping noise. It sounded like stones being thrown against the glass. I stayed under the covers, just listening and hoping that it would stop. It went on for what felt like an eternity, but eventually I fell asleep. The next morning, I mentioned the night to my neighbors. That's when I found out a man had moved into a house just around the corner. They said he wasn't exactly a law-abiding citizen, and he had a history of trouble with the law, so much so that whispers about him being a drug dealer floated around. About a month later, a massive stash of drugs was discovered in a shed nearby, and we never saw that man again after that. Thinking back, I can't shake the feeling that he might have been trying to scare me that night while he was high or something, but it was just all so strange. Like, how did he create that sound for hours, and how did the sound move around the outside of my house so quickly? What unsettled me the most was the thought of what could have happened if I had gone to check on the noise. I'm still not 100% sure of what it was, but it freaked me out.
A long time ago, my job had an office near the Canadian border in Washington state. I often had to travel up there to help train staff. Being a bachelor in my late 20s and liked getting away for a few days, I was always up to making some extra cash by volunteering to go whenever help was needed up there. I would usually fly up there, but there were a few occasions where I would have to bring some equipment with me and would drive. This one particular time was about 17 years ago. We had bought a bunch of equipment wholesale and would have to be delivered, along with some other odds and ends, to our office in upstate Washington. Of course, everyone knew that I would volunteer for the drive. I would be driving a box truck up there and would have to fly back. Prior to this, I would always drive a company car or an SUV, but I wasn't too worried. The box truck wasn't that big. I always preferred to start my journey toward the end of the day because I'm one of those people who like driving at night. For the majority of my drive, it was uneventful. I only stopped at gas stations and the occasional rest stop whenever nature called. At some point near the California-Oregon border is when things started to get strange. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning. I had to stop at a rest area. It was probably the last one on the California side. In the far distance, I do remember seeing some truckers parked, but basically, the rest of the parking lot was empty. Now at this point, I wasn't really thinking anything was creepy or out of the ordinary. I get out of my truck and go to the restroom to take care of business. I took my time because I wanted to stretch my legs a bit. Once I made my exit and began walking back over to my truck, I noticed that there's a vehicle parked next to mine. This entire parking lot was open, and this person pulls up right next to me. I thought it was odd, but I brushed it off and jumped back into the truck to continue my journey. About 10 or 12 miles down the freeway, my truck begins to act funny. The interior lights begin flickering. A little while later, all the lights in the vehicle go out. The interior lights, the tail lights, and the headlights. At this point, it's about 2 a.m., and I'm driving through a forested area in southern Oregon. I was more angry than scared at that point, driving 60 miles an hour in the middle of what seemed to be like a scene out of Tales from the Dark Side. I pound my fist on the dashboard and scream at the truck. Almost instantly, everything came back on. At the next rest stop, I decided to pull over again. All the adrenaline made me had to take another piss. I jumped out of my truck and went to the restroom, although this time I didn't take as long inside. When I came back out, I remember thinking that I should stay there until dawn. As I approach my truck again, I see an older guy, somewhat heavy-set, gray hair. He was standing next to my truck. I didn't see a vehicle near mine, but I just assumed that he was out stretching his legs. As I get closer, he starts up a conversation, saying something about the weather. A very light snow was falling, but not the kind of stuff that stays on the ground. I wasn't really paying much attention to him, because my first impression was he was just a lonely old guy who wanted to chat, and I really wasn't in the mood. He then said something that made my hairs stand up. As he was looking at my truck, he says, "Are you having some mechanical problems?" I stopped in my tracks, and I felt all the blood rushing to my head. I just said, no, it's working fine. I just stopped here to use the restroom." "Oh, well, I don't live too far from here. You're more than welcome to join me for a hot cup of coffee, or maybe you want to rest on the couch for a while." This guy had no idea who I was, and he was inviting me into his home. This kinda gave me the creeps, but I kept it to myself. So I basically ended the conversation with, "No thanks, I better get back on the road before the snow gets worse." As I was driving away, I see that he's walking behind the restrooms, so I think to myself, what the heck was that all about? My mind is racing and retracing my last few stops. How did this guy know that I was having mechanical problems with my truck? I suddenly thought back to the rest stop in California and remembering that car that was parked next to me. Could he have done something to the wiring of my truck while I was in the restroom? A few more miles down the road, I wasn't having any new problems with my lights, but I did have to stop at a gas station to fill up. In the state of Oregon, they don't let you pump your own gas, so while I was waiting for the attendant, I decided to go in and grab a drink. As I was waiting for my fueling, I walk around my truck and look for any signs of tampering, and then noticed up near the front fender of the truck, I could see some smears that I wasn't really sure of. I just told myself, "You're just freaking yourself out." As soon as the attendant filled up my tank, I jumped back into the truck, and just as I was pulling out of the gas station, I see a car parked in the corner of the gas station's parking lot. Someone was inside, staring at me. I tell myself that I'm just being paranoid, but this car looked a lot like the one that I had seen in California. Was that old man following me? Was he waiting for the right time and place to sabotage my vehicle? As I continued driving, the snow became a bit more concerning. I didn't grow up in an area that had heavy snowfall, but I did have a little bit of experience driving in the snow, but not enough to know when things became too hazardous. I looked out my rearview mirror and see a pair of headlights trailing behind me, which was odd because most drivers just passed me up, but this person was tailing me. I was already going well under the speed limit, and I slowed down a bit more, but still, the driver was not passing me. I was approaching Portland, Oregon. It was still dark out, and the snow was still lightly falling. I decided that I would pull over again, and maybe the car that was behind me would pass. I take the next exit, and in front of me is another gas station with a patrol car parked out front. I immediately pulled up next to the cruiser and got out. There was a lady police officer there, and I start making a conversation with her about the snow and the expected conditions. I was thinking about telling her about the car behind me, but suddenly I felt kinda silly about it. What was I going to say? "Hey officer, I think I'm being followed by an old man who may or may not have done something to my truck." She was very nice, and she asked me where I was going and where I came from. I kept looking around to see if I could spot the car, but it was nowhere in sight. She suggested that I stop for the night and starts telling me about the dangers of driving without proper sleep, and tells me that if I go down the road a couple blocks, there is a motel behind a gas station. I decided that she was right. The stress of this entire situation was exhausting. Hopefully by the time I get back out on the road, the snow would be gone and I would be more rested. As I pulled up to the motel, I decided to park my truck behind the building so it wouldn't be seen from the road. I go to my hotel room as quickly as I could and lock the door. Honestly, I didn't get much rest. I stayed up and watched TV and nodded off here and there, jumping at every noise I heard outside. My mind kept racing back, recalling all the events from before the California border, up to my conversation with the police officer. Maybe he saw me talking to the cop and decided to back off. Maybe he was waiting for me to pull over at another rest stop to carry out whatever his plan was. Why would a stranger invite another stranger into his house in the middle of the night at a rest stop? And why did he ask if I was having problems with my truck? This all felt too strange to just be a coincidence. Finally, at around 7 a.m., I decided that enough was enough. I got up, had myself a big breakfast before checking out of the hotel, and continued on my trip to the office. Thankfully, nothing else strange happened, but I always wondered about that night. Call me paranoid, but something deep down tells me that I interrupted that old man from doing something else to my truck at the rest stop in Oregon. Maybe he was part of a robbery plot for whatever was in the back of my truck. I guess I'll never know. I just feel like I avoided something terrible happening to me.
This happened back when I was 8 years old. Back then, I had a friend named Max. Max and I were friends from school and would hang out at each other's houses. I remember that one Friday night, I got invited to sleep over at his house. For the most part, Max's family had a pretty average house in a common neighborhood. The living room of the house was at the front end, and the kitchen was towards the back. The bedrooms were located upstairs. So I went to his house after school with my sleeping bag, toothbrush, and some other stuff. My mom was going to pick me up from his house the next morning. When I got there, I remember I had pizza with Max and his family and we hung out. Later on in the night, I don't remember exactly why, but for some reason we were going to sleep in the living room. Maybe it was because that's where the TV was, or maybe it was just because there was more space there. But both Max and I put our sleeping bags on the floor down in the living room. When it got late, Max's parents and sister went up to bed, and the two of us hung out in the living room. We didn't stay up that much longer though, because Max got tired pretty quickly. I remember that he got into his sleeping bag and was soon out. I, on the other hand, was not that tired. I remember laying down, getting under my covers, and closing my eyes, but for some reason, I just couldn't sleep. I really didn't feel tired at all. I didn't have a cell phone or anything way back then, so I was pretty bored. I was just laying there in the dark, looking around the living room, or trying to sleep. This went on for what felt like a really long time. I would say that it was at least 30 minutes to an hour. The house was very dark, and also completely silent. Then, suddenly, out of nowhere, I heard the sound of the garage door open. It was the door that led from the garage to the pantry, which was next to the dining room. When I heard it, I was really surprised. I had no idea who that would be. For a moment, I thought maybe it was Max's father, but I had literally seen everybody in his family go up to bed in the other direction. I also could not see the garage door from where I was. You see, the living room was completely closed off from that part of the house. You had to go around a corner and enter the kitchen. Then you would have a view of the dining room and pantry area. I could only see a small part of the kitchen from where I was, and it was the opposite direction. After I heard the door open, I briefly heard footsteps, which were really quiet, but then things were pretty much silent again. I quickly became really nervous, fearing that it might be an intruder. I was expecting whoever it was to probably walk through the kitchen and either go into the living room or go upstairs. Either way, that would be walking by me if they did. I laid in my sleeping bag and did not make a sound at all, but I did look over to the corner. I didn't see anything, but I was half expecting to see somebody walk around the corner at any moment. But as I continued to watch, I didn't see anyone. I did not hear anything more either. I definitely was not tired now. I just kept laying there, not knowing what to do or what was going on for the longest time. Maybe 10 or 15 minutes later, I still hadn't heard or seen anything, and I decided to wake Max up. I went over to him and tapped his shoulder. After a few tries, he awoke, and he asked me what was going on. I told him that I heard the garage door to the house open, and I thought that somebody had entered. He asked me if I was joking, and when I said no, he seemed to wake up. After whispering to each other and discussing it for a few moments, we decided to go and look. I was pretty nervous, but Max and I got up and walked over to the corner to go and see. We walked over, and right before we reached the wall and entrance of the kitchen, we heard the sound of the door opening again. Then, as we looked around the corner, we were just in time to see the garage door closing and somebody walking out of it. We did not get a good look at all of who the person was, but we could tell that somebody had been there. After the door to the garage shut, Max and I were both completely shocked. Max then ran over to the garage door and locked it. After that, he sprinted back over to the living room and said he was going to wake up his parents. I waited in the living room as Max went upstairs and returned about a minute later with his parents. They came down, and Max's father walked into the garage. We discussed what happened with his mother, and a few minutes later, his father returned inside. He said that whoever was there had left. Max's father even looked around the backyard a little bit and was confident that he didn't see anyone. At that point, everybody pretty much went back to bed. Max's parents went back upstairs, and Max and I got back into our sleeping bags. Now, Max once again fell asleep relatively fast, and I once more could not. I laid there awake for at least another 30 minutes. Things were completely silent. However, I finally started to feel relaxed and even a little bit sleepy. But just then, those feelings were interrupted when I heard the garage doorknob turn. With it being locked though, the door did not open. I figured that the person was back. Luckily, they were not able to get inside. I just heard them try the door that one time. I kept laying there and listening. There were no more noises. Eventually, I was able to fall asleep. The next morning, I told Max about hearing the doorknob turn again the previous night. We told his parents as well, and his dad searched the entire property. However, whoever had been there must have actually been gone then, because he didn't find anything. My mom soon came and picked me up after that. I didn't really hear anything more of it from Max. I stayed over at his house a few more times, and nothing like that ever happened again.
This story is more of an urbex experience. However, it did happen during a sleepover. It took place in Alton, which is a small countryside town in England. The town doesn't really have much to offer for young people growing up there, and for that reason, it encouraged many rebellious kids like myself to find mischievous things to do in our spare time, often without our parents' knowledge. I'm not an easily scared individual, but this experience shook me up for a whole month. I remember it as clear as glass. It was a Friday. My friend, who I will call Jack, asked me in math class if I wanted to do a sleepover at his place for the weekend. I was hesitant at first because I wasn't really a fan of sleepovers, but then he persuaded me by mentioning that there was this abandoned hospital to explore in the woods. I jumped at the idea because I was really into all things scary and had heard about this same abandoned hospital in a Mr. Nightmare video. The thought had crossed my mind to go explore it since I lived in the same town, and this would present the perfect opportunity. Of course, I said yes, and then Jack told me to be at his place at noon on Saturday. I got home after a tiring day and did some further research about this abandoned hospital online. It was called the Robertson House. After scrolling for a few seconds, I came across more YouTube videos of creators exploring the hospital, which I was surprised to see. One of the videos began giving an explanation of how this place was used to treat British soldiers who had returned from the South African Boer War. It was then reopened in 1908 and was used as a treatment center for children who suffered from tuberculosis, but for whatever reason it got shut down and was sold off in 2001. Since then, there have been stories circling the internet of paranormal activity happening within the building, from the voices of children being heard down the hallways to loud taps and bangs on the walls. I was always skeptical of the paranormal, so I didn't read too much into it. The next day, I made it to Jack's house in the afternoon, and we quickly ate dinner, barely able to contain our excitement. When we left, we told Jack's mom that we were only going to the town center and wouldn't be gone for more than a couple of hours. His mother nodded, and we set off toward the hospital. After 20 minutes, we got to the forest that supposedly led up to the hospital's estate. It was a quiet, isolated area. As the twigs snapped beneath our feet, we both picked up on just how silent it suddenly became out here. Despite being with a friend, I couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling that had hit my stomach since entering these woods. I was hoping that at any second I would hear the sound of birds, or leaves rustling, or the wind blowing through the trees. But that wish never came true. It was like all life ceased to exist in this area. I was almost regretting my decision to come here. However, I carried on, staying on high alert until we finally came across the towering bricks that I had seen in the YouTube videos. Tall grass and weeds covered the bottom half of the building, and every window was boarded up with graffiti splashed all over them. Except for one that stood out. It was like being in a scene in the show, The Haunting of Hill House. Jack strolled ahead of me because he could see that I was losing my confidence. He told me, "The entrance is this way," and pointed toward the one window that hadn't been boarded up. Jack climbed inside first, being careful not to cut himself, and then I followed. We both stood by the window preparing our phone flashlights before slowly stepping into the dark hallway. I noticed more graffiti littering the walls, as well as spider eggs hanging from the doorways, which Jack pointed out to me and jokingly said, "You do not want to crack one of these open." I was too fearful to laugh in the moment. We both noticed that there was a door in the hallway that was halfway open. I pointed my flashlight to the aperture, and that's when Jack dared me to walk in there without my phone, to which I strongly declined. I said to him that if anyone was going to go in there alone, it would be him. He agreed to do it, but not without calling me a massive coward for refusing. I watched nervously as he approached the door, pushed it open, and then turned his phone light off. I then saw his figure slowly disappear into the room, and then an eerie silence followed. I waited outside clutching my phone, thinking about calling it a night, when suddenly I heard Jack yell. I heard genuine fear in his voice, so I knew he wasn't joking around. I swiftly rushed in and saw Jack in the middle of the room, looking down at his feet with his back to me. I asked him what was wrong, and when he turned to look at me, I could see a look of pure fear in his eyes. He signaled to me what he was staring at, and when I saw myself, my blood ran cold. Inches away from Jack's feet was a pile of bird carcasses stacked on top of each other. Some were old and decomposed, while others looked fresh. We heard what sounded like hooves crashing down above our heads. Jack and I looked at each other, confirming to me that we were both hearing the same thing, and booked it toward the exit. As I walked past the staircase, Jack yelled out, "Hey, I still want to see what's upstairs." "Have you lost your mind? I know you heard those footsteps too. There could be a squatter roaming around up there." He ignored me, and without hesitation, he shouted from the bottom of the staircase, "Hey, is anyone up there? We mean you no harm." An uncomfortable vibe followed. He then took his first step. The stairs creaked loudly as he did. My anxiety was stirring with each step he took. Even though I wanted nothing more than to get the hell out of there, I didn't want him to go alone. I approached the bottom step, but as I got there, Jack said, "Don't. You're not going up there alone. The stairs will collapse if you take another step. Just stay here." Fine. This is a really stupid idea. I'm gonna wait for you outside." He nodded to me, then disappeared out of sight. And then I made my way to the window that we entered through and carefully hoisted myself out of the building. I waited for a good minute, wondering if I had made the right choice to leave Jack in there. Suddenly, I heard the sound of sprinting, getting louder and louder, coming from inside the building. That's when I saw Jack through the window, running toward me. He then jumped out, faster than a cheetah. Before I could even ask any questions, he told me to run and to not stop. I followed after him, running faster than I ever had before, with adrenaline pumping through my veins. After what felt like a half an hour, we made it to the town's center and stopped to catch our breath. Once I regained my composure, I asked him what the hell happened in there. Jack told me that after he got to the top of the stairs, he saw a room directly in front of him and could see small glimmers of light at the bottom of the door. He then put two and two together and determined that this was the area where we had heard the footsteps coming from. He continued the story and said that when he opened the door, he pointed his phone's light into the room and saw a huge pentagram painted on the floor with candles surrounding it. When he backed out of the room and into the hallway, he then saw several robed figures standing at the end of the hallway, looking at him. That's when he decided that he had enough excitement for one night, and it was time to leave. We chose to not speak a word about this to anyone. To this day, this experience still sends chills down my spine. Who were those people in the hospital with us? Was it some kind of cult that lives out in those woods? Quite frankly, I don't need to know that badly. I stay far away from those woods now, and I advise anyone to never allow their curiosity to get the better of them in situations like this. There are some things that are better left in the forest. When I was around 10 years old, I had been invited for the first time to a sleepover at my friend's house. We'll call her Abby. She lives pretty far away from me, so whenever we hung out, it always felt like a special occasion. I had just started becoming brave enough to sleep at other people's houses, and since Abby was one of my oldest friends, this would be a trial run of sorts. Here's a little background about Abby's family. She is the youngest of 4. Her oldest brother, who is about 10 years older than us, has pretty severe autism and continues to live full-time with Abby's parents. He was always a bit of a wild card, and as a 10-year-old girl, I always felt a little anxious around him. Anyways, there were 3 of us girls at the slumber party. We decided to sleep on the main floor of her house so we could stay up late watching movies. I chose to sleep on a couch that was perpendicular to a wall of windows that overlooked the backyard. The other girls were sharing a mattress on the floor. We threw on a DVD, but we all eventually fell asleep during the movie. Sleeping away from home has never been easy for me. I wake up frequently, and sometimes can't even fall asleep to begin with. This night was one of those times. After about 2 hours, something stirred me back to consciousness. When I came to, I was bombarded by the bright glow of the TV. After my eyes adjusted, I noticed something outside that hadn't been there before. There was someone sitting in one of the deck chairs and had positioned it to face directly toward where the 3 of us were sleeping. He hadn't noticed that I was awake, but seeing him made my heart race. I stayed totally still, watching him. It was dark, but I could still tell that he was studying us and smirking. Terrified, I watched him for a few more minutes before turning myself into the couch cushion and closing my eyes. Some time passed until I finally mustered up the courage to look again. He was gone. To this day, I have no idea who it was that had gotten into Abby's backyard and sat on her deck and watched us in the middle of the night, but the image of him sitting there, grinning, still haunts me. I thought it may have been her brother, but from what I could see, this man had dark hair and dark eyes. Abby's brother has blonde hair and blue eyes. They looked nothing alike. Luckily, we all made it to the next morning unharmed, but this was the last time I ever spent the night at Abby's house. I was 11 years old when this occurred. It was a weekend, and I was supposed to spend it at my friend's house. For 11-year-old me, this was very exciting. Having been slammed with schoolwork the entire week, I was to spend what I believed to be Friday night sleeping over, and the entirety of Saturday, and would return home that evening. What made it even better was the fact that her parents had an event they could not avoid, and trusted us to stay in their 2-story house for the 6 hours they would be gone for. Back then, the idea of spending the whole night alone with my friend was great. No interference, and a whole 6 hours of games and movies on their huge TV. But it turns out, my friend had other ideas. I arrived at her house just short of 8 p.m. It was already pretty dark out, and her parents had waited for me to arrive before telling us about the emergency contacts, dinner, and such. They also reminded us to make sure their 4-year-old Labrador was inside by a certain time, as it was supposed to rain later on, and his kennel had a few loose panels which leaked when it rained. After they left, we watched a few shows, had dinner, and were chilling in her living room playing cards. That's when Sid, my friend, had the ingenious idea of exploring a fenced-in plot of land that was just down the street. The area was overgrown with plants and weeds. We got the dog inside, grabbed the keys, and left the house to make the short 10-minute trip. It would have been around 10 p.m. by this point. In retrospect, this is where we still had a chance to avoid this particular encounter, but being the curious and daring 11-year-olds we were, we ventured out anyways. Rather uneventfully, we arrived and climbed over the fence. Luckily for us, the fencing was run down enough in certain places for us to make it through pretty easily. Once inside, Sid suggested that we sit a few meters away from each other for as long as we could, until one of us was too scared to continue. Remember, we were both 11. This was our idea of fun. We faced each other and walked backwards until there was just enough light to see the general silhouette of the other. After what seemed to be a good 10 minutes, I saw Sid rise up and start walking toward me. She seemed to be walking rather fast as well, jumping over rocks and debris at a daring pace, even getting cut by some thorns in the process. She came up to me, and just as I was about to laugh at her and call her out for being scared, she told me to get up because she had to go feed Shaggy, the Labrador. I remember being very confused because her parents had already filled his bowl with food before they left, but I saw the look on her face. I had never seen her this pale before. It looked like she had just seen a ghost. So without asking any questions, I said okay, and we made our way back over the fence, albeit in a very tense and quick manner. The moment my feet touched the ground, I felt Sid grab my arm, and we began sprinting down the street. To put things into perspective, I had a bruise where she grabbed me for the next 2 weeks. We ran like hell, arriving at her house and went through the metal gate in her front yard. She handed me the house key and told me to unlock the front door while she deadbolted the gate's various locks. It was at this point I was starting to panic. But we got into the house, where Sid then proceeded to run around, locking and closing all the windows and doors, as well as pulling the curtains shut. I was very confused as to why she was doing all this, and so was Shaggy, who just stood there watching her. After about 10 minutes, she came back into the living room. With a very intense expression, she explained to me that the reason that she had done all this was because while we were sitting apart back at the lot, she happened to glance a few meters to my right and saw a figure crouching behind some bushes. She thought she was imagining it at first, until it crept closer to where I was sitting. They seemed to be unaware that she was watching them. She didn't want to startle me or let the person know that she had seen them, so she made up the story about having to feed her dog so we could get out of there without alerting the figure who was still crouching there. After hearing this, I was quite shaken, and we hugged for a few minutes, deciding not to tell our parents, as they had very much warned us not to go out, and we didn't want this to be the last sleepover we had together. So we thought it was best to keep this to ourselves. We peeked out of the window into the streets, which seemed to be empty as far as we could see. We put this event behind us and decided to continue having a fun sleepover. I would love to say that this is where things ended, but what happens next has stuck with me to this day, and I still get scared just thinking about it. To give you an idea of the layout of her house, a concrete wall surrounded the home. It had one entrance in the front where the metal gate was. The house itself had 3 potential entry points. The obvious 2 are the front and back door. The third was an exterior basement entrance. Those of you who live up north will know what I'm talking about. It looks like a cellar on the side of the house. It had a metal door with an inside lock. So an hour or so after the incident, we were upstairs in Sid's bedroom playing games on her computer when we heard the dog barking downstairs. Shaggy was growling at something. Keep in mind that her dog was mostly friendly. He rarely ever growled or barked aggressively. Sid went to go check on him. When she returned a short time later, she informed me that the dog was standing near the front door, growling. We were very confused. This was unusual for him to do. We thought maybe a stray dog or cat might have wandered onto the front porch or something, so we decided to go to the balcony that was attached to her room, which overlooked the front yard and out into the street. Instead of seeing what we assumed to be a stray animal, we looked down to see someone standing in the front lawn. In the very limited light we had, we could make out heavy layers of clothing and a head full of hair that looked very matted. Shaggy had joined us on the balcony and was wanting to be let outside. We crouched, and just as we were about to discuss what we should do, we heard what sounded like the front door rattling, as if someone was trying to open it. We crept back downstairs, only to realize that the person was now at one of the windows next to the door and was trying to open it. The realization hit that they were trying to find a way inside by going around the perimeter. Just as we were about to retreat back upstairs, my friend grabbed me again, and in a hushed tone, she told me that she had forgotten to lock the basement door. We both looked at each other. If the intruder managed to get inside the basement, there would only be a flimsy lock on the inner basement door, separating us from him. At this point, we heard more windows being shook behind the house. We were lucky that he had chosen the opposite side of the house from where the exterior basement door was located, but he would eventually reach it. Sid told me to wait in the hallway with Shaggy while she went outside to lock the exterior basement door. She informed me that if she was caught, I was to let the dog loose. We were both terrified, and since we didn't have time to think about it, I stood guard while she left through the front door and ran around to the other side of the house. I could still hear the windows being shaken as the intruder was still looking for an opening. I then heard Sid fumbling with a lock before finally managing to turn the deadbolt. She then quickly ran back inside. Trust me, those few seconds were nerve-wracking. We then shut the front door and locked it, and just as we did, we heard the exterior door rattle harshly. If she had not gone out to lock it when she did, the intruder would have found his way inside. While he tried opening all the other windows, we made our way back upstairs to the balcony. When we looked down, we saw him once again, standing in the front lawn. However, this time, we could see his head was tilted back. It appeared that he was looking right at us. However, we knew that it was too dark for him to be able to spot us. We had turned off all the lights in the bedroom beforehand. He then started laughing. He then got down on all fours and crawled around the front lawn of the house, all the while still laughing like a lunatic. In retrospect, this was a very disturbing individual. We should have absolutely called the police, but being the terrified 11-year-olds we were, we still didn't want to get into trouble. We had led this crazy person back here by breaking the rules. He continued crawling around for nearly half an hour. He then stood up, then made his way over to Shaggy's kennel in the corner. He used it to hoist himself over the wall and jumped down on the other side. We were still standing on the balcony, waiting and listening to see if he would return. But fortunately, we had seen the last of him that night. At around 2 a.m, her parents finally returned. The next day, they were very confused as to why all the doors and windows were closed and why there was mud on the front doorknob. We told them that we were playing hide and seek and we wanted the house to be as dark as possible. We should have told them the truth. Although we were scared, we didn't understand just how dangerous this situation was. God only knows what that man would have done to us if he had managed to get inside.
I'm a 24-year-old male, and this happened to me a few years ago when I was around 21.
I remember because it was shortly after my birthday in December. It was really cold outside and there was snow on the ground as we had just had a snowstorm pass through our area. I lived with my parents at the time and my mom is not really a fan of driving in the snow, so she asked me if I could drive her to the gas station for her to pick up some cigarettes for her and my dad, as well as a few other items they might have needed. I said sure, as I wasn't really doing anything at the time, and I grabbed my keys, then following her to the car. I remember the cold air hitting your face pretty hard that night, so it had to be at least around the teens, which made the snow and whatever else was on the roads really slippery. This is important to know for later on in the story. The nearest gas station was about 5 minutes away from us, but given the conditions of the roads, it took us about 10 to get there. Once I was able to park the car, my mom got out of the car, then made her way inside the store. From where I was parked, I could see her inside the store standing in the line that was leading up to the register. I kept the car running as it was really cold and I just didn't want to be sitting in the car without any heat. I was browsing on my phone while waiting for my mom to get done, and right around that time I had seen her finally approach the register. There was a black truck that pulled up into the parking spot right next to my car. I found this a bit unusual given that the parking lot was empty, so there was really no reason for them to park right next to the spot where I was. But I kinda just chalked it up to them wanting to be as close to the entrance as they could, given how cold it was that night. No one got out of the car at first, but I didn't even notice this until I looked up to see my mom walking out of the entrance back to the car. I glanced over to the truck's passenger side window, and I could just make out a figure sitting in the passenger seat, and they were facing in my direction. My mom opened the door, then got inside, before then asking me what I was looking at. I told her about the truck pulling up well over a few minutes ago around the same time that she approached the register, but that nobody had gotten out. She first chalked it up to maybe they were just waiting for someone inside the store to come out, but when I mentioned seeing a figure in the passenger side of the car looking towards our direction, she then began to sense why I was so spooked out by it. She told me to just back out and get out of there, and that we didn't need to worry about them once we drove off. As soon as I put the car into reverse and then began to back up, the passenger door swung open and hit the side of my car. A tall, very built man stepped out from the car as soon as the door made contact with my car. I hit the brakes as soon as I felt the contact, and the man stood there before throwing his hands up at me and then staring in my direction. I didn't really know what to do as I'd never really been in any sort of accident before, and my mom was sitting right there next to me and could see as well as I had that the door had not been opened until we had already started moving. The man slowly walked up to my window and just stood there. I cracked it very slowly, and I told the man that I was sorry, but that I didn't see the door open as I was backing out. For a brief moment, he didn't really say anything. That is, before he simply asked,
Roll down your window a little bit more. I can barely hear you.
I knew this couldn't be true as it was really quiet in that area, and I wasn't even speaking in a low tone. I told him that I'd prefer to keep it cracked as I really didn't want to let cold air get into the car. This really angered the man, and he immediately spoke in a more angered tone now. He was telling me to roll down my window yet again. I again told him no, and this is when things then took a turn for the absolute worse. Without any warning whatsoever, the man smacked my window really hard with his hand. Startled, I immediately jumped back and rolled the window up. My mom was right beside me, just absolutely yelling for me to just back out and leave. But I was really afraid of hitting the man in the process as he was still right next to my car. The man kept smacking my window really hard a few more times before he then tried punching it. It was right at this point where I realized that if I didn't get my mom and I out of there fast, this guy was definitely gonna hurt us. I could see the cashier inside the gas station heard what was going on, and he looked to be on the phone with what I could only assume was the police. But there was absolutely no way I could wait for them as the man was now both punching at my window and now kicking my door. It was like some switch had then flipped on in this man's head and he had just totally lost it. I told my mom to hold on as I put the car into reverse again and backed out of there as fast as I could, just barely missing the guy by a few inches. I pulled fully out of the parking spot before the man ran out in front of our car and slammed his hands right on the hood. I sat there frozen, not knowing what to do, as the man looked right back at me. I turned the car wheel, then sped around him, trying to avoid him the best that I could before booking it the hell out of there. After that, I honestly thought that was the end of it. But as we made our way down the road to a stoplight, I was able to see headlights that was fast approaching from behind our car. And once it was close enough behind us, I could then see that it was the same truck the man was in. There appeared to be 2 people inside of it. I assumed the man I encountered must have been the passenger, and I guess the driver was someone I hadn't noticed before. I told my mom that it was them behind us, and she started to freak out and call my dad, then letting him know what was going on. We were still probably about 10 minutes away from our house given the road conditions, but I knew that there was no way that I could get us back to our house in that amount of time before these guys tried to ram us off the road, or whatever else they had planned for us. My dad told my mom for us to attempt to head back towards our house and that he would try and meet us halfway in his truck. She told me this, and I agreed that this had to be our best option, given that I couldn't turn around and head back to the gas station still not knowing if the police had even been called or not. So once the light turned green, I punched on the gas and sped off. I'm gonna be completely honest. I really wasn't being that cautious of the road at this point, as there really weren't any other cars at this point of the night. There were a few times where the car slid from the ice on the road, and I knew that it would only take one turn of the wheel to lose control, but I wasn't going to slow down and let these guys catch up to us. After about a few minutes of driving, we were able to see headlights right in front of us on the other side of the road. I was thinking that it had to be my father, and as we got a little closer, we were able to make out his truck beyond the lights. Very surprisingly, the truck was still behind us, still keeping pace with me given the road conditions. I could see my father cut across a midsection of the roads and then stop shortly off the side of the road. I started to slow down right as we approached and then pulled off to the side of the road, the truck still following me. As I came to a stop, the same man from before that was in the passenger seat hopped out of the car, then started making his way to our car. The driver opened his door, but before he could step out, both of the men stopped dead in their tracks at the sound of my father's voice. I suggest that both of you hop back in that car and drive right on out of here before I put a bullet in the both of you. I could see my dad walking out into the light, radiating from both his and my headlights. He had his 9mm pistol pulled and aimed right at the man's head as he stood right next to my car. I pretty much just watched as both of the men just stood there for a brief moment as my dad slowly inched his way towards them. The man then very slowly backed away towards his truck before then speaking to what I assumed was my father.
You're really lucky you got here when you did.
The man laughed and jumped back into his truck before it quickly backed out and drove off in the other direction. My dad walked to my window and he asked me and my mom if we were okay. I remember telling him that other than being scared shitless, I think we were fine. Shortly afterwards, my dad followed us back home just to make sure no one else followed us. I really have no idea what those men's intentions were or why the man acted the way he did. All I know is that if I hadn't reacted how I did to get my mom and I out of there, I just really hate to think what those men would have done to us. For some context, I'm a 22-year-old female, and at the time I was 18 years old. I had moved to the nearest city from my hometown about 2 hours away to go to community college. I was going to get a degree in fine arts. I lived in a relatively really big dorm with 3 other roommates who were also female. The dorms happened to be located in the back of the college near downtown, situated behind a steakhouse, nightclub, and a gas station. The area was sort of in a seedy part of the city, so I tended to be a little cautious whenever I went, especially at night. One of those nights I had been craving some junk foods and I wanted to grab some snacks to eat while I was watching a movie, so I decided to head out to the nearby gas station. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, and then my phone, then told my roommates where I was going. I was really close by, so I was able to walk to it whenever I wanted to. Though I would typically avoid it at night since it really sent off some really creepy vibes. When I finally arrived there, I opened the door, then went inside. It was pretty quiet, save for one guy who was hanging out near the liquor in the back. The girl at the counter seemed to be scrolling through her phone, seeing as she didn't really have much to do. So I went ahead and started looking at things I wanted to buy. Though I gotta say, the closer I got to the back, the more that I could hear this sort of muttering. The guy who I had seen entering the store seemed to just be muttering absolute nonsense to himself. It wasn't that quiet, so I wasn't able to make out what he was saying. I didn't really think too much of it, and I just went back to what I was doing. A few minutes had passed, and as I was still shopping, the dude who I had seen in the back suddenly started yelling now. Just absolutely shouting random incomprehensible things. Every single second that went by, he seemed to get angrier. The man was pacing and he was waving his arms around. I was pretty much just standing there glued to the spot, absolutely terrified of this man. I didn't know what to do, and I wasn't sure if this guy was drunk, high, or just crazy. The girl at the cash register seemed to have been alerted to his presence as well. We had made eye contact and she looked just as terrified as I did. We both just watched as this man then ranted, raved, and began to pace around the store. I was unsure if I should call the police or not. I was trying to be quiet as to not alert him of my presence, as I just really didn't know what he was capable of. Another few minutes went by, and this guy then started yelling and screaming until he then walked up to the front, kicked over a few things, then left the store. I watched the guy then disappear right into the night, my heart now hammering in my chest. I had genuinely thought that I was going to get attacked by this crazy man. Thankfully he left though without causing too much damage. I walked up to the poor frightened cashier and paid for my stuff. I also ended up giving her some extra cash because I felt really bad. I mean, I know she wasn't getting paid enough to deal with people like that crazy ass man, so I just wanted to help her out. That's pretty much the end of my story though. I don't know what happened with the man, and I don't know if he ever returned to the gas station, but I'm just really hoping that I don't encounter him again.
When I was 18 or 19, I decided to go metal detecting this park that was in the heart of the ghetto. Saying that this place is in a bad part of town too is really an understatement. There are regular shootings that occur at it, and the parking lot around the area is filled to the brim with dirty needles. And maybe I was stupid for detecting at this location, but I guess I just didn't care. I mean, I'd previously hit the spot and helped this old bum find a missing piece from his bicycle. But anyway, when I went here this time, it was like 4:30 in the morning. I drank like 8 cups of coffee and had this beat-up, rusty 1980s bounty hunter metal detector that my grandpa got at Radio Shack and left to me when he passed away. And I started on one side of the field, then began moving across it in a sort of Rust-a-Scan sort of pattern. I found mainly just Corona caps, pennies, and sprinkler parts at the end, but I was at about the middle of the field and got a hit that seemed like it could have been a dollar coin or a ring or something, so I started digging it. I dropped my detector on the grass and pulled out this really big knife that I had to start cutting a plug, and as I was digging, I sort of looked around me every few minutes to keep a good view of my surroundings. At one moment, I looked behind me and noticed that this older, heavy-set black dude sort of looked a bit like Wesley Willis, who was super far away from me, was starting to get a bit closer. I assumed that he was just a guy at the park, so I kept digging, but kept my eyes on him. It's worth noting too that he couldn't have seen my knife from the angle that he was at, just my detector and bag of findings. He started getting closer and closer to me, and I got really suspicious at this point. I started wondering what his deal was, and I don't think that he saw I noticed him, because just then he started charging me, like running full force towards me as fast as he could, with his eyes aimed at my gear. I stood up as fast as I could, and he saw my knife and immediately yelled, "Oh man, I didn't mean any trouble. I'm sorry, man," and then just ran away super fast. To be honest, I was more confused by the situation than startled, I guess, but I still got out of there pretty quickly because that, after a little bit of reflection, could have been a very close call. Years ago, I moved to follow my boyfriend and to do a PhD in his country. I won't name the place, but it's an across-the-ocean type of deal. At first, I was very excited. It was a wonderful adventure. That is, until it wasn't. It's hard to describe the complexity of what I felt. I felt alone, misunderstood, far from my family and friends, and even though my boyfriend is wonderful, I really felt the weight of not finding any human connection. This could explain why I acted so weird and disconnected from reality in the following story. I'm also a very naive woman, and I like to see the best in people around me. This has been problematic more than a few times, but this story is maybe the worst example of where this candid attitude got me. So my boyfriend and I, we're into BDSM. We do it alone, on our own, and do not participate in events or anything. I do have an account on an own website. I go there to find new ideas for our sessions, and I sometimes, but rarely, post pictures. No face, no tattoos, nothing like that. I get contacted by interested DOMs once in a while, even though I clearly state that I'm not free. Usually they send copy-paste messages, so I just ignore them. Once in a while, though, I'd get a more, personal message and make an effort to answer that I'm definitely not interested and that I'm in a relationship. And this is how my discussion with him started. He didn't approach me with, will you be my sub, but with curiosity about how I got into BDSM, stating that he was quite new to the domain and was interested in understanding the way of life. So, I gladly explained. Explanations turned into discussions, and he told me about how he was in the police and that he investigated drug cartels. He also told me that he was married and that he had kids. Interestingly, we had a lot of hobbies in common too, a lot. I won't go into details about those hobbies, but they're kind of specific. And feeling very lonely, combined with the fact that I felt like I could trust him because he was married and had kids, I accepted his invitation to start texting on WhatsApp. I want to be clear that my boyfriend knew about this from day one too. Plus, we had been talking on this website for almost 3 months before switching to WhatsApp. He was very friendly and interested by my day-to-day life. He'd share pictures of his kids and of investigations that he was working on. This went on for another 3 months too. Then, one day, he told me that he had to do an interview of a suspect close to the town where I lived and asked if we could meet for coffee. I agreed, and we met for the first time. But before anyone panics, my boyfriend was hiking with friends for a few weeks. I texted him, but he didn't have a signal. Plus, we have a very trusting relationship. He has a lot of girlfriends, and back in my country, I hung out with a lot of boys, so this really isn't weird for us. But anyway, back to this first encounter. It felt as if we had known each other for years, to be honest. We had a great time from the beginning, and I was so happy that I'd found a friend far from my country, and he knew that I loved reading thrillers and enjoyed murder investigation videos, so he showed me his gear. Handcuffs, sampling kits for small investigations, other restraints, etc. It didn't feel weird at that moment, but afterwards, I kind of understood that this could have been a way for him to show off what he could do. However, as the night went on, after grabbing drinks from a nearby bar, he forced me against a wall and kissed me. I was shocked, really, and barely managed to push him off me. I told him that it was completely inappropriate, that he was married, and that I was in a relationship. He was really sorry and felt ashamed. He told me that he felt that there was something between us, and I was like, yeah, it's called friendship. I was disappointed, to say the least, and we parted ways. Days later, after he apologized over and over again, he called me to meet up. He wanted to take me for a ride in his hometown. It's a pretty place. He's got a bike and he wants me to enjoy the scenery in his country that I barely know. And I agree. It is his hometown. He works there. He lives there with his wife and kids. Surely I'll be okay. In short, I wasn't. Again, he kissed me, tried to push for more, in the middle of a park, mind you. a park where he brought his children to play on the weekends. So I told him to bring me back to the bus station so I could leave. He did, and then proceeded to tell me a story about how he had recently got a drug seller out of hiding by modifying text messages sent by his girlfriend. He basically made him believe that she was cheating on him to get him to confront her and then arrested him. I don't know if it was true, I don't even know if it's possible, but due to what had just happened, what I heard was, I can make your boyfriend believe that you're cheating on him. And my boyfriend was still on his hike by that time. We did talk once every few days, and I told him everything about the moment that he had some cell signal. Meanwhile, I was confronting this guy about that. His behavior was really strange as he went from, "I'm sorry, I think I'm in love with you," to, "If you tell the cops, who do you think they'll believe? Their colleague or an immigrant?" I got scared and tried to cool things down with him. I just felt that he could go crazy at any moment. He clearly wasn't used to girls refusing him. At that point, I thought that it would be safer for me and my boyfriend to maintain contact with this guy, albeit with less enthusiasm than before. But after understanding how obsessed he was, I blocked him from all platforms where I knew that he had an account. But he found me. He even sent me my address, asking if I'd loved living in that particular part of town, and I never gave him my address. I guess that he could pull some strings at the station to get my info. He even came to visit me at my job at one point. I was so scared that I just played it as if everything was okay. I told him my boyfriend wanted me to cut ties with him because he was angry about what had happened, which was true, but I also wanted him out of my life. I didn't know how he would react if I told him, however. This guy insisted that I loved him, though, that I could be his mistress, that my boyfriend didn't have to know. He was obsessed by me, and he didn't hide it anymore. He told me that he wanted to have me, how we'd be a great couple, how he'd father our children. He went from "I'll be husband" material to, like, a serial sex offender too in a matter of seconds. But I refused again and again, blocking him, changing my accounts, you name it. I got scared, though, when I got calls from unknown numbers. I was terrified when I saw anyone slowing down on a motorcycle close to my apartment. I was wary of going outside and going to my job. The quarantine was actually pretty welcome for me, really, and I didn't get any news from him for months. And then I broke my cell phone, and I knew that I could transfer all of my numbers from one phone to another, but I didn't know that it would unblock previously blocked numbers. Days later, I got a message from him. He told me that he had divorced his wife, that he still loved me, that he wanted to marry me. He apologized for making me believe that I was only mistress material and that I was worth so much more. He said my boyfriend didn't love me, that I deserved better, that he was waiting for me. When he saw that I saw his message, he said, "Finally, I thought you'd never unblock me." So, does this mean that he'd been sending this message over and over again in hopes that I'd finally see it? This narcissistic man used all of the manipulation tactics that he knew. He had told me before we met in person how he had learned those skills to toy with criminals, to have them tell the truth and admit crimes. Fortunately, I had dated manipulative men before and knew the signs. Basically, he wasn't used to not getting what he wanted. He was attractive, rich, interesting, and he knew that. I blocked him again, and we moved a few months later, and I just hope that he doesn't get his hand on this information. I believe that his last move was trying to hack into my Instagram, as I got a notification that someone from his hometown had tried to connect to my account. But this obsessed cop who has chased me for over a year now, it's terrifying, to say the least.
This happened to me 2 years ago. A little context before starting the story is that at this time in my life, I had been married for almost a year with my husband Vic. Our marriage was anything but happy. At this point, he had been beating me for months now. We were both raging alcoholics, just living off our savings and living in a house that Vic's mom owned, so we didn't have to pay any rent. We just stayed home and drank all day and slept or whatever while we were all drunk off our butts. So since there was so much violence going on in the home, I would lock him out of the house a lot of the time. He would just kick them in. We only had the front and a side door. The side door recently got the frame fixed, so it's the only one that is actually locked. The front door was all messed up, so we used an anti-break-in door stick that goes under the handle for security, or a sense of it anyway. The story starts out on an early Sunday morning, around 11 a.m. Vic and I have been up all night from the night before, drinking and just being wild. We were sitting on the living room floor drinking beer. The TV was really loud playing music, when all of a sudden we heard someone knocking on the front door. We got scared, thinking it could be his mom looking for him or maybe the cops, because I don't really remember if we did anything crazy last night or anything. Then the knocking turns into someone trying to open the handle and push the door to try and open it. At this point, we're just like, okay, it has to be his mom. We texted her asking if it was her. She said that she was at work. Vic carefully looked through the curtains to see who it was. It was some random tall, tan and lanky middle-aged man with brown hair. The town we lived in is super small, and we were born and raised there. We know every single person in town and they know us. I immediately started freaking out, wondering who the hell that man was. I finally looked out the curtain to try and get a picture of him and to see him myself. I was so scared, but as soon as I looked out, he started walking down the porch steps. I told Vic to run and to make sure that he doesn't try to kick in the side door. The guy was nowhere in the front to be seen. I started going around all the windows on every side of the house searching for him. There's no way he got away that fast. I went towards the back of the house in the kitchen and looked out the window. I saw him walking through our backyard and across the alley. The worst part being that Vic's mom's house is across the alley. She wasn't home and she always leaves her garage door open, which leads to a sliding door to get into her home. I was totally freaking out because our son was over at her house with Vic's frail stepdad and teenage sister. We called her and we told her to tell Vic's stepdad to make sure to lock the door. She said that no one could see anyone suspicious, but that the garage was closed now. About 30 minutes passed. I couldn't relax. I was terrified. Why was that man trying to get into our house? My car was out in the driveway, so surely he must have assumed someone was home. Not to mention the loud TV you could probably hear from outside too. I told Vic I wanted to go for a drive to see if we could locate the man and call him into the police as a suspicious person. But I was just scared that he might be watching the house from somewhere, and what if he got in somehow if we left? We left Vic's phone on a FaceTime to call me in the living room to hear if any sounds were made while we were out. We drove around a couple of blocks, then we saw him. He was walking around trying people's door handles. I was terrified. I followed him down one street. He panicked once he saw that I watched him try at least 3 different houses. I was just so in shock. I was drunk and with my husband, who I'm not supposed to legally be with, and driving. I was really scared to call 911. Then the guy ran back to our street but was still a couple of blocks away from our house. I just followed behind him slowly to not lose him. We saw him go to some old man's house we know, since we walk by his house a lot. We know his adult son is usually there, but that day his truck wasn't in the driveway, just the old man's red Dodge Ram. The random man walked right into the old man's home after seeing it was unlocked and that we were still following him. My heart dropped. What if he did something to the old man? He could rob him, kill him, anything. I told Vic to go knock on the door to get the old man's attention. I parked a house away, and Vic ran up to the old man's door, immediately knocking frantically. I saw the random man and the old man come out of the house. They all stood outside on the porch talking for about 5 minutes. I saw the old man making a call, and the random man was too. I just watched nervously, After about 10 minutes, I saw the random guy just walking away from the house, allegedly still on his phone. As soon as he was a house away from where I was parked, Vic came to the car. I asked him what was going on and if the old man knew the random man. He said the old man was extremely confused as to why the random man was in his home. He had never seen him before either. Once Vic explained to him why he came to warn him of the guy entering his house, the old man was going to call the police. But the random man's excuse was that he's not from the area but was doing a job around here, and that he broke down in his company truck. So the reason he was going around trying to go into houses was because he was looking for his friend's house that he worked with, who said that his house would be open, but that he just didn't know which house it was. But of course, that just sounds extremely ridiculous and false. The old man then asked him what company he worked for so he could call them and tell them to get him. He gave some random company name. The old man started searching numbers online to call the company, and that's when the random man got on his phone and then walked away from the old man's house, allegedly calling his friend who he said could go to his house. I told Vic to go ask the old man if he would be fine now, and ask him if he wanted us to call 911 and if he would need any help with anything else. The old man thanked Vic for coming to warn him and that he would be calling the police and making sure that they found the guy. We just decided to go back home after that. I never got back with the old man for an update, and I never heard anything else about the strange random man being arrested on the local police Facebook. The last thing I heard was that Vic's mom saw someone that matched our description of him walking on the highway out of town. I'm really glad that he wasn't able to get into our house, and I'm glad that we warned the old man about him going into his house. I was scared for weeks after this incident, and I made Vic finally fix our front door, but I was always still scared that he would come back one day, since we were the ones that saw him. Back in 2019, I was talking to a guy that I had just met through an old job. Being around him was exciting, and I loved all of the adventures we would go on. What I didn't know is that he and his best friend were selling illegal substances from his best friend's house. I never heard of this occurring, nor did they ever do this around me. Fast forward to April 6, 2019. It's around 10:30 p.m. I was 18 years old at the time, and I'm a female. I was sitting upstairs in the game room with my now ex-boyfriend when two guys with blue bandanas around their faces walked inside holding handguns. They asked, "Yo, where's the stuff?" In return, my ex just laughed and asked, "What stuff?" There was an empty shotgun sitting beside one of the two men, and one of them turned around and grabbed it, hitting my ex square in the face. Afterwards, they forced us to go downstairs and lay on our stomachs. I had a guy on me with a knee on my back and one right below my butt, tapping the gun to my head the entire time as they searched the home. They took my phone along with other items throughout the house. They did leave for about 5 minutes before we heard the doors being busted down again and the windows breaking. They came back for round 2. We all fell back to the ground as one of the men stepped on my ex's face where he had been hit, stating that he was lucky he hadn't been shot. They then grabbed even more items and left again. I was able to find my car keys before they came back the second time and kept them with me for the second encounter. After they left, my ex and I ran to my car as quickly as possible and then left for the hospital. By the time we had left the home, we were both covered in blood, and as when laying on the ground, my ex was bleeding horribly from the shotgun wound to his face. I'll never forget that night. The feeling of somebody else having your life in their hands selfishly, being covered in someone else's blood, and how it felt sitting alone in the hospital waiting room as I was left to soak in the thoughts of what had just occurred. This happened back in 2017. I want to start off by saying that I'm very well off in my life, and I live in a very nice house and own lots of very expensive cars and other stuff. I used to be very active on social media, including YouTube, and I posted a lot of photos and videos of things, showing them off. I never really bragged about anything, I'm not a snob, but I did show off a lot of my very expensive cars. One thing any YouTuber can tell you is that you tend to attract lots of different types of people. Trolls, Karens, stalkers, and some people that have really bad intentions. I'll admit, at the time, I wasn't too careful about some of the things that I posted, and that's likely what caused this to happen. At the time this happened, I lived in an older single-story house surrounded by woods on two sides. Anyway, it was late one evening around 11 p.m., and I was sitting in my living room watching TV. All of a sudden, I heard a loud bang, and I looked over to see the wooden back door by the kitchen getting kicked in and literally falling off its hinges, and then 4 masked men with guns drawn walking over to me. I was frozen with fear.
"Give us all the keys to your cars,"
one of them demanded. I didn't need to be told twice. I walked with them to the bedroom where I kept my safe and unlocked it and gave them the keys, feeling utterly defenseless at the time. After I did, I felt a sharp pain on the back of my head. The next thing I remember was waking up and then seeing blood on my carpet. I looked at the clock and it was now 4 a.m. I picked up the phone on my end table and called 911. The sheriff and ambulance took about 35 minutes to arrive because I was so far away from them. While I was in the ambulance getting treated, I had made a report with the sheriff. Strangely, only 2 of my cars had been taken, and they weren't even the most expensive ones. It really made no sense at all. The sheriff said that they might come back some other time, so they would have a deputy watch my house while I was in the hospital. I ended up spending a full day in the hospital with a concussion. One of the men had hit me in the back of the head with their gun, it seems. Later that week, I had a whole new security system installed in my house and a security gate put at the end of my driveway. After that, I was a lot more careful about what I posted online. And a couple of years later, I pretty much stopped using social media completely for many other various reasons. I've also since moved from that house. So for any social media influencers out there, just be careful of what you post online. Things travel like wildfire, and you never know who's watching. Warning: the following story mentions assault, as well as the deaths of animals. If you don't want to hear dark content like that, please skip to the next one. I'm an 18-year-old man from Scotland, and the story happened just over a year ago in June of 2023. And it isn't the scariest story out there, but it's definitely given me PTSD that will never leave me. I'll have to explain a little bit of background for this to make sense. Apologies if the story's a bit long, but there's a lot of ins and outs. So here goes. At 16, I was kicked out of my house due to an altercation with my stepdad, so I lived in a homeless unit, whom put me in a flat of my own in a rather dangerous area. My flat was filled with drug addicts and overall just really sketchy people. Anyways, after staying in the flat for a few months with my girlfriend, the police had come to our door asking for someone who we will call Frank for this story. He's still out walking the streets and could definitely still be a danger to me and my girlfriend. We told the police we didn't know who he was, and that was that. A few days later, we got a chap at our door again, and it was a man maybe about 20-ish. He told us he'd just moved in next door, and we were chatting away. I just so happened to say to him, "Oh, by the way, the police have been at my door looking for this Frank guy." And of course, he turned around and then said, "Yeah, that's me." My blood ran cold, but we just kind of laughed it off. A month or two goes by and we've spoken to him a few times. We can clearly see that he's not someone we want to be around, as he's had the police at his door. He's also had his door getting kicked in by people, and he always seemed to have really young girls in his house. We didn't know what extent this was until way after. Anyways, one day he invited us into his house since he could hear our music as we were getting drunk, and he told us he was doing the same and his ex-girlfriend was going to be coming up, so we should all go sit in his house. This is the point where we should have really listened to our gut feeling and not followed, but we were drunk, and it seemed like a good idea at the time. We went in and everything was fine. Then he told us the story about his ex-girlfriend had stabbed him and set his house on fire, killing his pets and stuff. So obviously at this point we were really uncomfortable, just thinking, oh God, who's this crazy lassie that's gonna walk in here who knows when? Then walks this tiny skinny little girl who looked like an actual child. I felt sick instantly. But that's a situation you can't exactly just up and leave, so we stayed for a bit, learning a bit more about her. It wasn't until she turned around to me and then said, "Aren't you my friend's big brother? I'm friends with her in school." And she actually said the name of my little sister. My heart sank instantly, as my little sister at the time was only 14, meaning this girl had to be around the same age, and this man was 20 if not older. We eventually asked what age she was, and she told us 15, to which he then interrupted and then said, "No, you're 16. And this is where it all started going downhill. He started seeming a bit off. He was getting more and more aggressive. At one point, he had pulled the little girl who we'll call Sophie out into the hallway, and then they were arguing, when all of a sudden we heard a couple of bangs and a thud. Then they both walked back in and Sophie was clearly shaken up. Then the next minute he had left us three in his flat and came back with random bits of furniture. Now, we didn't even question him on it, because he was at this point bright red with rage that was coming from nowhere, and just everything he was saying was so aggressive we didn't want to become the target of this. I forgot to mention that there was a dog in the house, and every so often Frank would turn around to us and then go, "You know, if I really wanted to, I could kill that dog." At this point, my girlfriend and I and even Sophie were just kind of looking at each other, and Sophie was on the verge of tears pleading with him to stop going and getting this furniture, which turned out to be from the flat downstairs he had kicked the door in. He also stole the dog and then furniture and was just bringing it to his house. I can't remember what he said, but he had snapped at my girlfriend, and she then stood up and said we were leaving because she wasn't taking this anymore. Sophie turned around and started crying, pleading with us to take her with us. So of course we did, as we weren't going to leave this little girl in the house with this crazy man acting like that. Boy, was this a butterfly effect on the next year. We all got up and tried to leave, when he then followed us up his hall and was grabbing Sophie, trying to get us to leave her, saying we were stealing his bird. Bird means girlfriend for all the non-Scots out there. During all this commotion, the dog had ran out of his house and ran into ours because he was terrified. So obviously I decided to keep the dog for the night, as it wasn't even his dog. Anyway, I'll cut that part short, as there's still so much more. But at the end of that night, we had to take Sophie home on a train, and he literally followed us right to our doorstep. We had to call the police and everything, as he literally wouldn't leave us alone. Then not even a week later, my girlfriend and I are getting drunk, because what else can you do when your life is that damn stressful? That's when we started hearing banging from outside. We look through the peephole, and there's drawers and TVs and things being flung about our landing. Then we look out our window, and there's the same crap being flung out the window into the car park. This goes on for about 20 minutes, and then it just goes silent. So we kind of just forget about it and just continue getting drunk. A little while later, we hear a door banging open and shut, and then crying and shouting. So we go look through the peephole again, and it's Sophie. She's bleeding from her legs. She's red everywhere, like early bruising. Her bra is halfway out her top, and she only has one shoe on. Then this big man appears who I've seen before, and I know that he stays down below us. He looked like he was on drugs. His pupils were like saucers, and his jaw was swinging. He had no shirt on and was at least in his late 20s. He was grabbing onto Sophie and trying to get her to go back with him. So we flung the door open, and as soon as she saw us, she ran over to my girlfriend and then grabbed onto her, hugging her and sobbing. When I looked at her, she looked at me, and she was mouthing "help me" to me. This man then told us that he was Frank's friend, and that he was looking after her because she had nowhere to stay, which clearly wasn't the case. So we kind of just went back and forward with him, saying that she was going to come home with us, and that was that. That's when Sophie then ran into my house and then collapsed right in my hallway, having a panic attack, which is when he tried to come into my house. Now, I weigh about 130 pounds and I'm only like 5'3". I'm not big in any way, shape, or form, and so I'm not really intimidating in the slightest. But I stood in front of him and pushed him back out of my doorway, to which he then responded, "All right, big man, calm down." Then he left. We gave Sophie some food to eat, and she told us what happened. 3 addicts from down the stairs had took her into the house. They took her phone and called her dad, saying they were her friend's dad and that she was staying there for the night. That's when they then locked her in the house, assaulted her multiple times, and wouldn't let her leave. She then ran when she got the chance, and then ran to our landing hoping we'd hear her. And thank God we did, because in that flat block no one ever helps anyone. Anyways, the police came and took her to the hospital, and that was that. Or so we thought. A few days go by and me and my girlfriend are sitting at our house. We had just ordered some Chinese food, and my gut is telling me that we can't stay in that flat anymore. I felt sick to my stomach. Every noise set us off. We were an absolute mess. So we just waited on the food coming. And while doing that, we collected all of our expensive or meaningful belongings, which was the hardest thing ever because we thought we'd never get our stuff back. We took our 2 birds, called my Nana, and she came and got us. All because we had a horrible feeling in our gut. Fast forward the next day, and I'm at work when I get a no caller ID phone call. And as soon as I see it, I just knew it was the police. I answered and hysterically started asking them if my house had been broken into, to which they then replied with, "Would you be able to make your way home right now?" confirming my theory. I then called my Nana to pick me up from work, as I didn't drive at the time. Again, I was only 17 when this happened. We got to the flat and there were police officers in my house. The whole handle and lock from inside the door was lying in my hallway. There were bin bags that had been poured all over my first room in my hallway. My TVs were all smashed, old phones were stolen. My girlfriend's jewelry box had been destroyed and things stolen from it. There were also knives and screwdrivers stabbed into the doors. One of the worst things though was a canvas of my girlfriend and 3 of her little brothers, one who sadly passed away when he was just a baby. Now, Frank knew this because we'd spoken about it that night, and only one of the babies had a load of stab holes through him. My whole house was destroyed. Everything we'd worked so hard to build together was just gone. Everything they could break, they broke. Obviously, we knew exactly who it had to be. It was Frank and his friends. Because 1, the canvas only Frank knew about. And 2, we had just saved Sophie from the other guys who ended up being arrested but let back out. So there you have it. One thing to take away from this story is always, and I mean always, trust your gut. This really worked out for us in the long run, as we now have a much nicer flat in a much nicer area near my family, and we're in so much of a better place. But sadly, we still see Frank around town, as he hangs out about within the same area as us. A constant reminder of exactly what happened and what our own stupid decisions caused. So about 12 years ago, I was 9 years old, and I was home alone with my 12-year-old brother. We were supposed to go at my aunt's house to have lunch and wait for my mother there. We always did that because we were too young to stay home alone, according to my mom. We got up at 10:30 a.m., I took a shower, and then my brother. After that, we were both in the bathroom just brushing our teeth and finishing up, when we heard someone knocking on our door. Since every time someone knocked on our door, they turned out to be a salesman or Jehovah's Witness, we kind of just waited for them to go away. After a couple of minutes, I went to see if they were still outside through the window, but no one was there. What a relief. We continued getting ready when we saw a shadow go by through the bathroom window, which was kind of like a small square made with that kind of glass that makes everything behind it really blurry. We waited and watched just in case it was a bird flying by. When a hand hit it clear as day, we got scared and we didn't know what to do. My brother had his cell phone, so he immediately called the police. While it was ringing, we had heard a loud bang at the door. Someone was brute forcing it. I don't know if they were kicking it or ramming it or what, but it was one of the most frightening things I've ever heard. My brother told me to lock the bathroom door, and so I did. It took 5 bangs until the perpetrator could finally bash open the door. Then the police answered. I remember the exact thing that my brother said. He was whispering. His voice could barely be heard.
Hello, there's someone in our house. I think they're stealing.
Then a pause.
We're at our house.
And he proceeded to give our address. Then another pause.
I'm with my little brother locked in our bathroom. Please hurry.
While all that was being said, I was sitting against the wall hugging my knees. It was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences ever. I could hear the man going through all of our stuff, emptying stands, going up and down the stairs, opening cabinets. He even broke a few cups and plates. I don't know why. I then heard the sound my cell phone makes when it turns off, and I remembered that I left it on the kitchen table. I felt so stupid for leaving it there. Things continued for a couple of minutes when we heard him trying to open the door to the bathroom. My brother got a hold of a big metal rod that we had laying around there. He started kicking the door.
Who the hell's in there?
The man screamed. We said nothing in return. Then he kicked again and again. I felt like I was about to have an anxiety attack. My chest started to ache, and I had chills and was really hot. I tried to remain calm, but it was just way too much. After that, he stopped. We heard the door opening, and then silence. We waited for almost 10 minutes before going out of the bathroom. The living room was a total mess. Lots of papers and books all over the floor. The cabinets were wide open, cups and plates all over the floor as well. In our mother's bedroom, the nightstand and the closet were fully open, and everything inside of them was all over the place. Upstairs in our room, it was the same thing. In just about 5 minutes, the man was able to go through everything we had and left a total mess. After that, my brother called my mom, and she ordered us to go to my aunt's house ASAP, so we did. When we got there, I was a little more relaxed. My aunt was waiting for us with ice cream, probably because my mom told her everything that happened, and she wanted to calm us down a bit. We went back home at about 5 p.m. My mom told her boss that she had a home emergency, so she left work early. She tidied up the house, cleaned up, and left everything the way it was before so we could be relaxed. I really appreciated her and my aunt's efforts to calm us down and do everything they could so that we didn't have to think about it. According to my mom, the police got home after she arrived at 3 p.m., 4 hours after the incident. She explained everything that happened, but because of lack of evidence, nothing could be done. The man was never caught, and honestly, I don't think they even tried to search for him. The next few days, my mom was home with us. I now tell the story as a funny anecdote. Luckily, no one was hurt, and he only took useless stuff. But at the time, I was really scared. To a 9-year-old child, an experience like that can have serious repercussions. I'm really lucky that it never came to that, and that I got over it after a couple of weeks. I do want to mention a few more details before I end this. You may be wondering why it took 4 hours for the police to get there. My house is located on the far side of the city, but most importantly, the police in my country just suck. If you ask around, chances are plenty of people that have called the police had to wait for hours. Back then, news about how long it took for them to respond were common. In fact, one of the reasons for the 2019 Chilean protests was the dislike for the police labor. Fortunately, things are now getting better and trust for the police, while still fragile, is improving. So yeah, that's my story. I live in an apartment complex. We've been living here for about a decade. Where we live, there are a lot of stray cats here, and some people have dogs. Some of these dogs chased the cats around, and some of the dogs killed them, and some of them injured them. I'm not blaming the dogs though, it's just nature. I am, however, blaming the bad owners. I'm just saying how most people here do not like cats at all, and that goes for the people in our apartment building. All of them hate cats. We have a grandpa who lives downstairs who swats at them with a fly swatter, hits them, and threatens them. He's an awful guy with 3 children, and their father and the grandma hang around a lot outside, and I often heard the grandma teaching her children to hate the cats as well. Now on the 2nd floor, this is where the evil neighbors reside. On the 2nd floor, there's a back door that leads outside as the 2nd floor is on a hill. We often leave back there at night to give the cats food, and we found it quite difficult to do so in these past months. Now we have to go out back and then walk towards the side of the building to give the cats our leftovers. A few months ago, my dad came in and said how the neighbors are putting spices like paprika, garlic powder, and other spices on their windowsill and air conditioner to hurt the cats if they smell it. I immediately went outside and ripped some dirt off the ground and wiped it off and splashed some water to get rid of the dirt, because obviously if you do that, you're a piece of crap. What's worse is they literally own a cat, so it might be abused. They even put notes on their windows to not wipe it down. They stopped for a few weeks, but yesterday they put a ton of crap on their window and I wiped it off. And then today they put a security camera on the window, and I went outside and took a picture for evidence. Now we have a note from the manager on our door saying that I wiped it down, and they have zero proof of this, so I'm saying I didn't. But they're saying that I tried to get under their windows and break in. It's just a warning notice, but I'm not sure what to do. I really love the cats. I grew up with them, but I just don't understand these grown-ass adults having beef with a minor and some cats, seeing as they have their own cat. I would also like to add that the managers are horrible. They hate animals and they put notes on all of the apartment doors to not feed them or give them water. But what they don't realize is the cats are saving them from lawsuits, seeing as snakes like copperheads keep lurking around here, and some snakes have even gotten inside the apartments. The managers are also buddy-buddy with other residents and let them break the rules. They literally didn't kick their friends out when 2 grown-ass adults jumped me and my older brother because we called him names when he abused a cat right in front of us. That's just how evil these people are. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I got my first apartment about a year ago. When I moved in, I was nervous but excited about the opportunity. A few weeks after moving in, I bought a puppy so that I wouldn't feel so lonely. My key broke in my door, so I had to call maintenance to come fix it and let me into my apartment. The maintenance guy was instantly obsessed with my dog, but my dog was immediately afraid of him. I passed it off as nothing since she was a puppy, and I figured she might just act that way around everyone new. A few weeks later, my dishwasher broke, so I called maintenance to come out again. I was working on crate training my dog, so I stated it was fine for them to come while I was at work since she would be in her crate, and at most just might annoy them with mild barking. Upon arriving home from work, I found several places on my carpet where my dog had an accident. I thought that I must have missed it before I left for work. I took her outside to go for a walk, and the maintenance guy stopped me and informed me that he let my dog out while working on my dishwasher. He informed me that I was starving her by keeping her locked up all day, and that I wasn't a good pet owner. He then stated he could take better care of her. I was way too shocked to say anything. I talked to my dog's vet, and the vet confirmed I was doing everything right for crate training my puppy. For several weeks after this, the maintenance guy would stop to attempt to pet my dog whenever he saw us. I started taking different routes for walks and began driving to a nearby park to avoid him. This was when I realized my dog didn't react to any other stranger the way she reacted to him, hiding behind me and aggressively barking. He also began making comments about my appearance. I mentioned the occurrences to my parents whenever they visited. My mom thought that I might just be overreacting to living alone for the first time. She walked my dog with me around the complex. The maintenance guy stopped again and proceeded to make a joke about stealing my dog. We got back from the walk, and my mom then stated we were going to go out to buy video cameras for the apartment. After that, things seemed to calm down. Whenever I had maintenance issues, a different guy would come out. My dog would still be uneasy, but wouldn't react aggressively. Today I had a maintenance issue again, and the original maintenance guy came out. My dog once again reacted aggressively. I held her to help calm her down, and she began to relax but still remained on alert. The maintenance guy mentioned that he noticed my family had recently visited, and he then proceeded to ask if they had left. He then started asking me if I was in school or working. I responded by saying I was working. He then asked me how much money I make. I began feeling very uncomfortable, and I laughed off his question by stating that I didn't remember. He wouldn't accept this answer though, and he kept pestering me. I then responded by saying that I'm bad with numbers. He then kept pestering me about how many hours I work. My dog then began barking aggressively at him until he finally left. I honestly feel so creeped out right now. My lease is almost up, so I'm not really sure if I should complain and risk them retaliating by withholding my security deposit. I'm also nervous about filing a complaint and then living here for a few more weeks. This happened last night. For reference, I'm a 22-year-old female, and my husband is 25 years old. Last night, my husband woke me up at around 11:50 to tell me that someone's been knocking on our door and ringing our apartment doorbell for about 10 minutes on and off. He woke me up so I could possibly ID the person. Once I looked out our upstairs apartment window, I saw the man walking to his car in our apartment parking lot, which was across the street from our unit. He was wearing blue jeans and a gray t-shirt. He was a medium build, possibly a 30-year-old blonde man. He wasn't covering his face or anything, but the thing is, he was carrying what looked like resistance bands or rope. He sat in his car for around 3 minutes while I was on the phone with dispatch. Then he came back to our door and knocked hard for another few minutes. Dispatch advised me that the police were on their way, and they hung up. I started videoing the vehicle. I read out the tag number and make and model, and just watched as he put his car in park and reversed over and over again. Out of seemingly nowhere, he backed out of the parking lot and started rushing away, but not before the officer arrived and pulled him over. My downstairs neighbor knocked on my door and told me that he'd been peering into her little children's windows and was pounding on her door as well. She said that her husband had only left 1 minute before he started knocking at her door. She said that he saw her children through the window, and that's why he continued knocking. Our doors are right next to one another, so he probably didn't know what door he wanted opened. He was watching us as well through our upstairs windows, so I turned all of the lights out and shut the blinds while I called dispatch. The police never contacted us for a statement. I've reached out to dispatch about an update, and I'm waiting to see if any action was actually taken. We're keeping our eyes peeled to see if he's been following us. I'm replacing my porch light bulbs with motion detectors and putting bars on our window and door tracks. My neighbors and our families are panicked, to say the least. He was outside for about 25 to 30 minutes. To the knocking man who had bad intentions, please don't come back. Okay, so I have an update. I'm trained in firearm usage, and I now live in a state where I can open carry, and the background check is really quick. We're going this weekend to get a firearm. My husband will be taking some classes as he came from somewhere where owning a gun is illegal, so he's never handled one. I'm still waiting on a call from the responding officer. I have his badge number and name, so if they don't reach out to me today or tonight, I'm gonna call the substation. If they didn't do anything, I'm gonna go ahead and make a suspicious persons case for the paper trail. We had no odd encounters last night. However, while I was looking at the video I took, I remembered that car. I was walking my dog at 8 p.m. about a week ago for him to pee, and this car was driving really slow through the parking lot, and parked a few spots down from where I was letting my dog sniff. They just sat there with the car running. When I tell you my ears started ringing and I got an awful feeling, I'm not joking. I turned around and went home, didn't give my dog the chance to pee, and shut every door and window. I think this man has been stalking out our apartment building along with me and my neighbors. I think he wanted to get in where those children are. I'll update more when I have new information. Update number 2. It's been a week since the incident. I called dispatch today because I never received a follow-up from the responding officer. A sergeant from the police department called me back to give me more information. He said that they pulled over the man, ran him to make sure there were no warrants, and asked him what he was doing. He told the officer that he was meeting up with an acquaintance. The officer let him go with no further questions. Not only that, the responding officer is also a sergeant. I about lost my mind with this. The sergeant I spoke to today stated that he should have looked into it more, but that it was obviously an attempt at burglary, sexually motivated and or with intent to commit a felony. The responding officer is supposed to call me tonight when he gets on duty. I'm honestly livid at all this. Zero due diligence for this case, but there's not even a case. No case number, just a documented police contact. I'll give more info when I have it. Okay, so here's the final update. The officer finally called me. Here's how the conversation went.
Hello?
I answered groggily. It was well past midnight.
Hello, miss. I was told you have some questions about an incident a few nights ago. Yes, about Thursday. I want to know what that man told you he was doing. You know, he was looking in the windows and carrying potential restraints. I'm not sure if that was related to you. I stopped him, ran his tags, and he told me that he was meeting up with a guy from a dating app. He seemed forthcoming and open with his motive for being there. Meeting up with? Wait. You're telling me he was meeting up with someone by looking in windows and knocking on 2 different doors for 20 minutes?
I was shocked and still not fully awake.
Like I said, he seemed forthcoming and honest with me.
So was Jeffrey Dahmer was the first thing that came to my mind.
With resistant bands? Like workout bands? Ma'am, he had a lot of belongings in his car, so he probably just had them in there. Right, but bringing them to a hookup? Knocking on multiple doors? He saw the little girls through the window. He waited until my neighbor's husband left until knocking. That's on tape, officer. I checked in with the apartment management after the incident. Well, I'm familiar with this individual, and I've been doing long drives throughout your complex just to make sure he doesn't come back. I haven't seen anything suspicious. If you don't have any more questions, I'll let you go, ma'am. This just doesn't make any sense to me, but thank you and goodbye.
I hung up. I don't have much to say. I just feel so icky about that conversation. Nothing new has come of the situation. I haven't seen that man or the car. My mind is blown at the lack of follow-up or due diligence. I live in a suburb. It's not a busy one either. The police department has a small jurisdiction. I guess I'll just have to protect myself. I've lived in the beautiful city of Los Angeles for about 8 years now. My family in the Midwest always asks me, "Isn't there so much crime there? I don't know how you deal with it." But other than getting my car battery stolen a few times and the terrifying incident I'm about to share with y'all, I haven't really encountered much. This occurred in an apartment complex in Hollywood where I was living with 3 roommates about a year before the pandemic hit. For those who haven't been to Hollywood, let me set the scene. Most of it is the complete opposite of the glamorous celebrity-filled mecca that we're shown in the movies and pop culture. Maybe it really was glamorous at one point, and those remnants can be felt in some places. But now it seems to be a magnet for the sketchiest people you can imagine. It's extremely dirty, and sometimes it feels unsafe to walk the streets by yourself during the day, let alone at night. I'm a woman for context. You truly never know who you'll run into, and I don't mean that in a good way. Now for the apartment complex itself. As mentioned, this is a sketchy area, but for whatever reason, my complex didn't have any security on site, ever. I've lived in far less sketchy apartments in LA that had security patrolling the building at all times, so not having any just seemed a bit insane. To make things worse, the complex would rent out certain apartment units to Airbnb guests, meaning that randos were entering and leaving the building 24/7. Both of these elements contributed to what happened on the night in question, which also happened to be the day I moved in. So on this day, I was almost done moving all of my stuff in. It was around 9 p.m. that night, and all that was left to carry inside from my car was a suitcase full of clothes and a stack of records. I walked into the lobby of the complex carrying this stuff and waited for one of the 2 elevators to come. As I was waiting, a group of about 3 to 4 people entered the lobby who were clearly here for the Airbnb, judging by their luggage and wide-eyed sense of wonderment. As this group came in the lobby doors, which were entirely made of see-through glass by the way, I noticed a man lingering directly behind them. My first glance at this man filled me with a feeling of dread. You could just tell that this was someone off the street who did not need to be entering this building. He was tall with wild hair, wearing a filthy wife beater that I'm assuming was white at one point. He had a dangerous dead-eyed quality that communicated to me that he was out of it, on drugs, drunk, or something else. Not sure, but I knew that I did not want this man in my building. The group of tourists continued chatting to each other, completely oblivious to this man trailing them. To my dismay, they allowed him to stagger into the lobby right behind them. Now myself, the tourists, and the man are all standing at the front of the elevators, the tourists still seemingly oblivious to how unhinged and potentially dangerous this man seemed. As both of the elevator doors opened at the same time, I scurried into one, and the tourist shuffled into the other. To my absolute horror, the man jumped into my elevator at the last second, and as the doors closed, I realized I was trapped in there alone with him. Now, I'm already a paranoid person who's way too addicted to horror and true crime, so I was freaking out at that point. I was standing as close to the front of the elevator as possible while the man stayed toward the back. It became more and more apparent that this was a man who was on something and incoherent, as he began muttering things I couldn't understand behind me. I had no idea if it was directed toward me, himself, or an unknown entity that only he could see, but I didn't turn around or look his way out of fear of encouraging it. His mutterings grew louder as I continued standing toward the front of the elevator, praying that he wouldn't try anything. The man then gruffly snarled, "Hey!" I shot him a look out of pure reflex to see him with an undone zipper touching his junk through his disgusting tighty-whities and staring at me with those dazed, unwell eyes. This entire sequence felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or so. As we finally reached my door and the doors opened, I walked out of the elevator as quickly but as calmly as possible, not wanting to provoke him further. I lived at the end of the hallway, a straight shot from the elevator. I was about halfway down the hallway, thinking that I was possibly in the clear, as he didn't seem to be following me, but I could still hear the man making incoherent noises from the elevator. I glanced behind me to see the man exit the elevator. "Ugh!" he yelled at me, and that was it. I was not about to make it this far to get attacked now. I started running, still dragging my suitcase and holding my records, and in my panic, he started running after me. My stuff crashed to the ground as I dropped it and ran as fast as I could to my door, which was unlocked, thank God, due to my other roommates being home. As I slammed the door shut and locked it, the man reached our door, muttering and growling. I honestly don't even think he knew where he was or what he was doing. He seriously seemed so messed up. Maybe he only started running because I started running. Who knows? But thankfully I had made it to my door before him, thanks to his pause before coming after me. After I'd gotten inside my apartment, I was shaking and crying from the shock of it all, and sitting with my back against the door. My roommates had heard me scream as I was running down the hallway, which I wasn't even aware of doing, and they came to ask me what happened. I explained the story to them, but I was too scared to look outside of the peephole at that point. My roommates did it for me, and they said that the man was just wandering around our hallway looking lost for a few minutes before going back down the elevator. Surprisingly, that was the only crazy thing that really happened in that apartment. There was one time that the glass doors in the lobby got completely shattered by someone, and we were literally without doors for a while, leaving us exposed to anyone who wanted to wander in and do whatever they wanted. Oh well, I'm glad I made it out of that place alive. First off, I feel incredibly stupid saying this, but my front door was mistakenly left unlocked. Both myself and my boyfriend thought the other person locked it when we came inside. I almost always double check before bed just to make sure it's locked, but I was running on 3 hours of sleep, and it very unfortunately slipped my mind. That being said, to make things clear, my boyfriend works night, so he's almost always awake during the night and sleeps during the day. I work days, so my sleep schedule is nearly opposite. Every Saturday morning, I load up our 2 baskets of laundry into my car and wash it at my mom's house since she lives close to where I work, and our apartment complex doesn't have a washer or dryer. I specifically do it every Saturday because it's the only day of the week that I get out of work in the morning and have time to do it, so it works out well. I have Sundays off, but I like to stay home that day, and since my mom's house is nearby work, it's not an issue. I called my boyfriend on my way home and chatted with him during my drive, and ended up getting the 2 of us Taco Bell for dinner. He came outside when I arrived home at about 6 p.m. to help me carry everything inside. Like I mentioned, we were both distracted by food and carrying everything that we both just forgot to lock the door upon coming back inside. Oftentimes I carry everything inside alone since he's usually still sleeping. We both ate dinner and then went to our bedroom to lay down. He fell right back asleep, but I was awake for a couple of hours playing my Switch. At about 8 p.m., I got up and put my Switch away and passed out very soon after in bed with him. My boyfriend got out of bed approximately an hour or 2 after I fell asleep and then went into our computer room so he could play some games himself. I have no idea how I slept through all of this, but it's so horrifying to think about. He said he heard a small knock on our door, and then immediately a man walked into our front door and living room. The computer room where my boyfriend was sitting is directly down the hallway from the living room, so he stood up out of his chair and started walking toward the man, and then loudly said, "Hey man, what the hell are you doing? Who the hell are you?" Meanwhile, I'm asleep in the bedroom right off that same hallway that he was walking down to get into the living room and front door area. I very vaguely remember hearing him say, "What the hell are you doing?" But I thought he was just talking to our cat, so I passed right back out. My boyfriend said the guy was wearing a face mask that was pulled down, and he was stumbling over his words and said something along the lines of, "I'm supposed to be here?" They said just knock and come in. And my boyfriend told him to get the hell out and that he had the wrong place. And the guy then backed off into the hallway out of our apartment complex. The guy said something like, "They told me room number 350 or something like that, but I couldn't find it. They wouldn't give me an exact address." My boyfriend then threatened to call the police if he didn't leave, and thank God he actually left. Personally, I think he should have called the police anyways, but I'm not really sure what good it would have done at this point. I know I'm probably being completely paranoid, but I keep thinking about what if this man thought I was home alone, since my boyfriend used to work every Saturday night until recently. Our curtains in the bedroom were cracked, and he could have seen me sleeping in bed and thought I was alone. The way he was stumbling over his words trying to come up with a reason that he walked into our apartment does not sit right with me at all, especially since he said they wouldn't give him an exact address. Then why would he have gone directly to our door? My boyfriend didn't hear him trying random doors or jiggling our neighbors' handles to see if they were unlocked, so it seems as if he went directly to our door. What if he knows my routine? I know he could have been genuinely telling the truth and was supposed to meet up with someone, but the whole thing has me so freaked out. How am I not going to overthink this in today's world as a woman? What if he didn't even knock, but my boyfriend just thought he did and it matched his story? I just keep thinking about what if my boyfriend wasn't home? I would have slept right through this man opening our door. Who knows what he could have done? I like to think I'm normally very cautious, but I'm definitely going to only load up my laundry in my car when it's light outside, even if that means loading it up the day before. I feel so unsafe, and I'll be talking to my landlord about this. I know there's nothing he can do about it, but I would really feel wrong not making him at least aware of the situation in case it happens to someone else. Does anyone have any advice or precautions that I should take? I just want to know if there's any red flags someone else might think of that I haven't. Of course, now I'll be checking 10 times per day if my damn door is locked, and I'll likely not be able to sleep without a weapon near me. Earlier today, about a minute after I just locked the door from bringing in groceries, I heard a very faint knock on our front door for a few seconds. I approached it to see who the hell was there, and I heard the bottom lock unlock itself and the knob twist, but the deadlock kept the door in place. I had my hand on my concealed pistol while my heart was racing really fast. I looked outside, and he just stood there, backed away, and then relocked the door and walked off. The person I saw was the same maintenance man who's been coming to our place the past month to do work, but every time he showed up it would be uninvited, and he would never stop knocking, as well as stand outside the apartment for up to 15 minutes once until confronted. And when I told him that he couldn't just show up uninvited with zero notice, he smirked. Yesterday my mom caught him staring at her for an uncomfortable length of time while she was doing some car cleaning. Just freaking why? This guy has been giving me massive creep vibes from day one, and now unsurprisingly he's trying to break in uninvited. A little while ago I was living in an apartment complex in Toms River, New Jersey. I lived in a complex where there were doors facing the street, and when you went through the doors there was a set of stairs going up to the top apartment, and to the side of the stairs was a small hall leading to the bottom apartment. I live in the top apartment, and my downstairs neighbor was a woman probably 10 to 12 years older than me. We had a very neighborly relationship, saying hi when passing, chatting for a bit when we bumped into each other, etc. After I'd been living there for 3 months, I could tell she had a crush on me because it seemed she would go out of her way to be outside her apartment whenever I was, and she would get flirty with me. It got to a point where I knew if I left my apartment I'd bump into her, and I'd have to do mental preparation for these encounters and come up with a plan to be able to move on quickly because she would want to talk for long periods of time. Anyway, I was dating someone at the time, and I made sure to mention this to my neighbor since I thought it would make her back off, but it didn't. My then girlfriend and I had only started dating shortly after I moved into this complex. So 3 months into our relationship, we decided to finally take our relationship to the next level and start being intimate for the first time. So we made plans for her to come over, and she would plan to spend the night. Now, I'm really cheesy and I try to do romantic things, so she was coming over at 10 p.m. that night, and I was vacuuming and cleaning at like 8 p.m. All of a sudden, there's a knock at my door. I see through the peephole that it's my neighbor. I thought maybe she was going to tell me I was being too loud with my cleaning, but I'm a pretty considerate neighbor, and I didn't think I was being too loud. So I open the door and she has a smile on her face, and she just starts making small talk with me. Things like, "So I hear you're cleaning up here. You expecting company tonight? Is it your girlfriend? Are you guys gonna have sex?" Like, it felt like she was interrogating me and asking me things that she didn't need to know. I told her that I was having company over and that we would keep it down, and that she didn't need to know who was coming over. She responded by saying that she felt that she should know who was coming over because the noise could impact her. I don't remember how I got her to leave, but I finally did. My girlfriend came over, and we did indeed have sex. Like I said though, I'm a considerate neighbor. I keep things down. But there are some things you can't exactly prevent, like the sound of the bed moving as you're doing the deed. Anyway, the next morning my girlfriend had work, so she got ready and I walked her down to her car. I had the day off, so I was going to get some gaming in and reflect on the incredible evening that I had previously. When I got back to my apartment, there was my neighbor waiting at my door. She told me that she had heard everything last night, and it had sounded incredible. She did not hold back telling me what she was doing to herself while she was listening to me and my girlfriend. She would go as far as to say things like, "At about 11, I heard this noise. I can only imagine she was doing this to you or you were doing this to her." And I was very creeped out. I told her that she needed to stop or else I would have to tell management that she was invading my privacy. Needless to say, my girlfriend and I never did it at my place again unless I knew that my neighbor was out of town. I told my girlfriend all about it and she was furious, understandably. She even confronted my neighbor and told her that it was not okay that she did that, nor was talking to me so much. Since we never did it in my apartment again during the year I lived there, I just had to put up with running into my neighbor and her insisting on having long conversations. I was very happy when I moved to another town.
The absolute best times of my life were back in college, back when everything was new and seemed like the world was just wide open, waiting for me to take whatever I wanted from it. It was around 2010, and smartphones were everywhere, and social media just wasn't a distraction anymore. It was the way to stay in the loop, especially Snapchat. If you weren't on it, you were missing out. Parties, hookups, gossip, fights. Snapchat captured everything important that was happening around us, and it moved fast. At first, I'll admit I really wasn't all into it. I preferred face-to-face conversations, real interactions, but then, well, everybody was doing it. And if you weren't, you might as well have been invisible. Staying current on campus was only possible through these apps. That's how I met Bobby. I don't know why yet, but I was just drawn to her. Maybe it was because she seemed like she had it all together. Or maybe it was the way she would laugh at the most ridiculous things in class. I started hanging out with her, at first just casually. You know how it goes. Sitting near each other in lectures, then grabbing lunch, and eventually we exchanged Snapchats. After that, everything just kind of escalated. I started seeing her at every party I went to. She was always there with a big group of friends or some guy. I never asked any questions, just stuck inside that friend zone, like it was my safety net. But something shifted, as I started thinking there might be more to this. One night, I worked up the nerve to ask her out. It wasn't a big deal, just something casual, you know? Drinks, maybe a movie afterward. But Bobby, man, she just gave me this weird look, like she was torn between laughing and feeling sorry for me. She told me she wasn't ready. She said she'd just gotten out of something and didn't have it in her to start anything new right now. I pretended like I was fine with it, like it didn't sting at all, and didn't let her see the disappointment on my face. I backed off after that, stopped attending all these parties, and didn't try as hard to sit next to her in class. It's not that I was really bitter or anything, I just felt pointless after all that. After a few weeks, I barely even saw Bobby at all, and when I did, she was a mess. I mean, always looking hungover, or worse. I couldn't figure out what was going on with her, but she'd been avoiding me too, so I didn't really feel like it was my place to ask. One day, though, she confronted me, caught me between classes, and told me that I've been acting weird. Asked me why I wasn't coming around anymore. I told her it wasn't like that, I'd just been busy, and then she gave me this half smile, like she didn't believe me but didn't care enough to argue. "We should hang out soon," she said. Then with this mischievous grin, she added, "I got a surprise for you." The whole thing just left me feeling uneasy. It definitely wasn't the same Bobby that I got to know, but curiosity had gotten the better of me. We linked up on Snapchat again, just like old times. She invited me to a party. She sent me a snap right after we made plans. a mere shot of her in her underwear. Nothing too revealing, but enough to get my heart racing, my mind wondering where things were going. That Friday when I went to go pick her up from her dorm, I knocked on the door, and I could already hear music playing inside. When Bobby opened up the door, she was in full pregame mode. Her room smelled like a mix of stale beer and something sweet, maybe from the vape that she had in her hand. She greeted me with this drunken smile and a sloppy hug. We sat in her room for a while, downed a couple of beers, and even did a shot of vodka. Bobby seemed to be on another level that night, way more wild than usual. I hoped she wasn't going to black out soon, but I wasn't so sure. After a bit, I suggested we head out before it got too late. She agreed, though she was already wobbling when we got to my car. The drive wasn't that far, just a couple of miles to the party itself, but Bobby kept pulling from a flask in her purse and taking swigs. Halfway there, she popped a pill, just out of nowhere. I wanted to say something to tell her to slow down, but I didn't, and I should have. When we arrived and got to the house, it wasn't the usual crowd. Bobby had told me some of her work friends were throwing the party, and I definitely didn't recognize most of the people there. There were a few familiar faces from campus, but the rest seemed to be her coworkers, restaurant people, by the sound of it. They were a different breed, loud, already drunk, and just super rowdy. I tried to make the best of it, grabbed a drink and hung out in the corner. Just watched Bobby spiral. She was out of control, stumbling around the house, barely able to even string sentences together. At one point, she started calling me by some other guy's name. Her ex, I kind of figured. The more I tried to help her, the more she pushed me away, yelling and laughing like it was all some kind of big joke. The party guests didn't really seem to mind. In fact, some of them seemed to enjoy watching her unravel. It was almost like a game to them, and I was the odd man out. I knew it was time to go, but getting Bobby to leave was a complete nightmare. She did not want to go. She did not want to leave that party, didn't want to be around me, and kept calling me by her ex's name. It took almost an hour of convincing, and finally I got her back into my car, buckled her up in the passenger seat, and we were finally on our way. That's when things went from bad to worse. The second we pulled out of the driveway, Bobby starts losing it. She was hitting me, not hard, but enough to throw me off. Her voice slurring as she screamed at me, asking me where we were going, demanding I take her back. I tried to stay calm, told her we're heading back to her dorm, but she was not listening. She kept yelling and hitting me, her fists connecting with my shoulder, my arm, and even the side of my head. "Where are you taking me?" she shrieked, her voice hitting a pitch that made my ears ring. "Home, Bobby," I said through gritted teeth, trying to keep the car steady. "Taking you home." "Liar," she screamed. "You're lying just like him." I didn't even have time to ask her who she meant, because that's when she did the unthinkable. Out of nowhere, she lunges at the steering wheel, grabbing it with both hands and yanking it to the side. The car swerved violently, tires screeching as I fought to regain control. But it was no use. The car jerked one way, then the other before flipping over. I remember the sound of glass shattering, that sensation of weightlessness as the world just spun around me, and then nothing. When I came to, everything was blurry. I had blood in my eyes, on my hands, and I could hear voices in the distance. Muffled, but they were getting closer. I tried to move, but my whole body ached. Slowly, I turned my head and saw Bobby climbing out of the wreckage. She was still drunk, still incoherent, but somehow she was on her feet, staggering towards the flashing lights of the emergency vehicles, waving her arms and shouting. "He was drunk," she slurred, her voice a mix of desperation and almost triumph. "He crashed the car, and he hit me." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My mind racing, trying to piece everything together, but all I could focus on was the fact that she was just flat out lying. The paramedics and police officers reached the scene, and before I know it, I was being pulled from the car, hands gripping my arms as they checked me for injuries. But the way they looked at me, it was like I was the criminal. She says you were driving under the influence," one of the officers said, his voice cold and distant, "and that you assaulted her." I tried to speak and tell them what really happened, but the words wouldn't come out. My mouth was dry, my head was spinning. All I could think about was, how is this happening? For the next 45 minutes, I found myself trapped in a nightmare. Question after question, accusation after accusation. Nobody believed me, and I guess why would they? Bobby was playing the victim perfectly. Still drunk, but convincing enough. It wasn't until they searched her purse and found that bottle of pills that things slightly start to change. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they let me go. The charges were dropped, and Bobby, well, I never saw her again after that. I blocked her on all social media, cut ties with anybody that knew her. My car was totaled. The insurance paid out, and it should have been the end of it. It's a bad memory that I could push away, right? But sometimes I still get that feeling like I'm not alone, like somebody's watching me through my phone. And every now and again, I'll get a Snapchat notification from a name that I don't recognize, and I never open it. I can still feel the bruise under my right eye sometimes, a dull ache that comes and goes when the weather changes. It's been years since that night, but I'll never forget it, or the way it all spiraled out of control because of a stupid app. It started so innocently, just like any other night. I had the day off, which meant I didn't have to deal with the grind at the movie theater, so when Bryce texted me about a party, I jumped at the chance. I'd heard about it through a few friends on Snapchat, some random college house party, and one of those places where you didn't really need an invitation. Just enough cash for gas and maybe a pack of beer, if you wanted to show some class. Bryce, Lane, and I were ready to blow off some steam, so we piled up into Bryce's old Civic and headed out. We drove through the maze of identical suburban streets, past rows of split-level homes with their tidy lawns and minivans parked in the driveways. And then, as if by magic, we found it. The house that was absolutely bumping with people and music. You could hear the bass from the car, vibrating the windows as we rolled up. There were groups of college kids spilling out into the yard, drinks in hand, laughter and shouting over the music. It was the kind of place that you daydream about when you're stuck in some boring lecture, counting down the minutes until the weekend arrived. We find a parking spot, hopefully where nobody would give us a ticket, and then made our way inside. The door was not even locked. It swung open as we approached, almost like the house itself was welcoming us into the chaos. The place was packed, bodies moving through the halls, some clustered in the living room where a group was playing some drinking games. Others swayed to the music that thumped from a speaker. I couldn't see, but somebody shoved a red plastic cup into my hand. Didn't even have time to ask what it was. Beer, whiskey, rum, who cares? I was here to have a good time. We recognized a few familiar faces in the crowd, some of them classmates, a couple of people we'd seen at other parties, but mostly it was strangers. That's kind of how these things go. An eclectic mix of people just looking to cut loose and have a good time. I took a sip from my cup, the taste of cheap beer hitting my tongue as I followed Bryce and Lane deeper inside the party. They were already looking for trouble. Within minutes, they found themselves in the middle of a heated beer pong match, both of them going neck and neck with some other guys who clearly had been practicing. I stood on the sidelines, cheering them on and laughing every time Lane tried to distract the other team with some ridiculous dance move. It was all fun, the kind of carefree night I've been looking forward to all week. At some point, my cup ran dry, and I decided to make my way back to the keg for a refill. I pushed my way through the crowd, squeezing past people in various states of drunkenness, trying not to spill what little was left in my cup. And that's when it happened. She bumped into me. She was drunk, but not in the sloppy, I can't stand right way. No, she was just kind of loose. Her arm slipped around mine like we were old friends, like it was almost the most natural thing in the world. Her body pressed against mine as we half danced, half walked towards the keg, her laughter ringing my ears. I don't even know her name, but at the moment, it didn't really matter. I was caught up in it, the music, the haze of alcohol that buzzed through my system. We reached the keg and I refilled my cup and then hers. We locked eyes, and before I knew what I was doing, we were doing one of those ridiculous beer chugging poses, our arms intertwined as we tilted our cups back. The crowd around us, when there had been a crowd, started cheering, egging us on as we raced to finish. The beer was cold and bitter, but I didn't care. All I could focus on was the roar of people around us, the way her body moved with mine as we downed those last drops. And then as we both finished and slammed our cups down in victory, she kissed me. It wasn't a shy peck either. It was a full-on right on the mouth, as if we'd known each other forever. I wasn't shocked. It was a party after all. These things happen. I kissed her, just for a second, and then flash. Even through my closed eyes, I saw a burst of light, and when I opened them, I saw the crowd had formed a circle around us, cheering us on. Half of them had their phones out, recording the moment, capturing it forever in these grainy pixels and shaky frames. She pulled away giggling, and before I could say anything, she vanished into the crowd, lost in the sea of faces. I stood there, blinking in the harsh light of all those phones, feeling dazed. But it was fine. It was all just part of the night. I finished my drink and shrugged it off, made my way back to Bryson Lane. They'd lost their game by 1 cup and were already setting up for another. I told them about the girl, about the kiss, and they both laughed, clapping me on the back like I'd won some kind of prize. The rest of the night just blurred together. More drinks, more games, more faces that I didn't know. By midnight, I was ready to call it quits. I still had to work the next day after all. And the last thing I needed was to be hungover at the theater. Bryce and Lane were in the same boat, so we downed 1 more beer and then all headed out. I don't really remember too much of the drive back, just the hum of the car engine and the dull throb of a growing headache. Bryce dropped me off at my dorm and I let myself in, collapsing onto my bed without even bothering to change out of my clothes. I was out within minutes. The next morning I woke up to the sound of my phone buzzing. Groggy, I rolled over and grabbed it, squinting at the bright screen. There was a Snapchat notification. Somebody had added me. Spring Rose 19. I frowned, trying to remember if I'd given anybody my username the night before. Then it hit me. The girl, the one from the party. She must have asked around, got my name from somebody there. That wasn't weird, right? People did that all the time. I shrugged it off and opened up my message. Have fun last night? It read. I smiled, still half asleep, and typed back, Yeah, I did. I hope you did too. I tossed my phone aside and got ready for work, pulling on my uniform for the theater. It wasn't until I was brushing my teeth again that I heard that buzz. Another message. I checked it. This time a photo. It was a picture of us at the keg, locked in with that stupid beer chugging pose, right before the kiss. It didn't give me much thought. People took pictures all the time at parties. Somebody must have sent it to her. I sent a quick message back. Nice pic. What's your name, by the way? Rose, she replied. Rose, of course it was. I finished getting ready and headed out, my phone buzzing periodically with new messages from Rose. As I drove to work, I found myself replying without really thinking. She seemed to be pretty easy to talk to. Classes, my job. I told her that I was a student. I worked at the theater and I'd be there all day. By the time I clocked in, I felt like I knew her, or at least I felt comfortable enough that I didn't mind sharing little details about myself. It's funny how quickly you feel like you can connect to somebody through a screen. The day dragged on, the usual monotony of handing out popcorn and tearing tickets. It wasn't until around noon that things got kind of weird. I was working the concession stand, minding my own business, when a guy walked up to the counter. He was older, probably in his 30s, greasy hair, faded jacket that looked like he hadn't been washed in weeks. He didn't order anything, just stood there, staring. Hey, can I help you? I asked, forcing a smile. You're, insert my name, right? My smile faltered. Yeah, do I know you? He didn't answer, just kept staring. His eyes flicked up and down like he was sizing me up. I felt a chill run down my spine. Something was off about him. Something I couldn't quite put my finger on. You go to my college, right? He asked. I nodded. Yeah. Do you? He didn't answer again. Instead, he leaned closer, resting his hands on the counter. How's Rose doing? My blood turned to ice. How the hell did this guy know about her? I opened up my mouth to say something, but the words never came. This was all weird. Before I could react, he gave me this slow, unsettling smile and then walked away. Disappeared into the crowd. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. Maybe he was just some guy from the party, somebody who'd seen me with Rose. Maybe it's nothing. But the way he said her name, the way he just looked at me. I shook it off, finished my shift, and then headed out to the parking lot. That's when I saw it. There, scrawled across my windshield, in bright red lipstick, were 2 words. You're next. I stood frozen in place, staring at those words smeared across my windshield. You're next. The letters were sloppy, almost rushed, but the message was unmistakable. A surge of adrenaline shot right through me as I scanned the parking lot, my eyes darting between the rows of parked cars. It was broad daylight out, but suddenly everything felt darker, more oppressive. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking, thumb swiped across the screen as I brought up a message thread with Rose. Me. Who the hell is this guy? What guy? Don't play dumb, the guy from earlier, he knows about you. A reply came almost instantly. Don't worry about it, just get in your car and leave. The casualness of her response just sent this chill through me. How did she know I was standing by my car? My head spun. Something wasn't right. I needed to get out of there, fast. I shoved my phone in my pocket and then turned back to my car. And that's when I saw him. Across the parking lot, standing between 2 cars, was that same greasy-haired guy from the concession stand. He was much closer now, watching me with those same predatory eyes. His hands were jammed into the pockets of that dirty jacket. He took a step forward. His movements were slow and deliberate, like he had all the time in the world. I quickly unlocked the car, heart racing. Just as I reached for the handle, a voice stopped me. Hey man, you good? I looked up to see Bryce jogging over. He worked at the restaurant right around the corner, so occasionally we would link up in the parking lot after work. Relief washed over me for a split second, but then I remembered what I'd seen. Dude, there's this guy. Before I could finish, Bryce glanced up towards where the man had been standing, but now that space between those cars were empty. He was gone, just like that. What guy? Bryce asked. I scanned the parking lot again. He was just right there. He's been following me or something. He knew my name and then asked about the girl from last night. Bryce's expression darkened. Haha, alright, you sure you didn't imagine that maybe somebody's just messing with you, dude? I shook my head. I swear, man, he was right there. Look at my windshield. I pointed to the smear of lipstick, the ominous message gleaming under the midday sun. I mean, it was undeniable. Something weird is going on. I just didn't really know at what level yet. Bryce's eyes narrowed as he looked at it, but before he could say anything, I heard the sound of footsteps behind me. Heavy footsteps. I barely had time to turn around before something hit me hard, right in the back, sending me stumbling forward into Bryce. Pain exploded across my shoulders as I hit the ground, scraping my hands on already rough asphalt. Bryce shouted, but it was far too late. Whatever was about to happen was already in motion. That greasy-haired guy was on me, his breath hot and sour as he grabbed me by the collar of my shirt and yanked me back to my feet. My vision blurred as he slammed me into the back of the car, the impact knocking the wind out of me. Before I could react, he punched me in the nose and I lost my vision. I gasped for air, my chest heaving as the guy leaned in close, his face masked in fury. "Told you, didn't I?" he said. "You're next." I tried to push him off, but that dude was stronger than he looked. His hands were like iron vice grips, gripping my shirt. My mind raced, desperate for some kind of escape, but everything was foggy, distant. I could hear Bryce shouting still, but his voice seemed very far away, muffled by the pounding in my head. I felt my phone fall out of my hand. I remembered I had my own body. I wasn't helpless. The guy raised his fist, and I braced myself for the hit. I brought my hands up and even tried to push him away. But before he could swing, Bryce came barreling from the side, tackling him to the ground with a force that made the pavement tremble. The two of them went down hard, gripping in a tangle of limbs and fists. I stumbled back, clutching my side, trying to catch my breath. For a moment, it did look like Bryce had the upper hand. He was bigger, stronger, and he pinned that guy down, landing a few solid punches to the face. But the greasy-haired man was relentless. His eyes were wild and filled with something dark and completely unhinged. He twisted under Bryce, grabbing a chunk of his jacket and yanked, flipping Bryce over with this brutal force that sent him crashing into the side of my car. Bryce grunted in pain, and before he could recover, the guy was now on him, fists hammering down with this vicious precision. I tried to move and tried to help him, but uncooperative. But my mind screamed at me to do something, anything, but my legs were like lead. It felt like I was trying to move underneath this weighted blanket. Then out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a long wrench, half hidden under the car next to mine. I lurched toward it, my fingers closing around that cold metal. The weight of it gave me confidence, solid. I gripped it as tightly as I could. This wasn't how I envisioned my workday going, and not what I wanted to do at all, but I knew in my heart, this was the only option. Without thinking, I swung. The iron connected with a sickening crack against the back of that guy's head. He froze, his body going rigid for a split second before he crumpled to the ground, now motionless. Bryce scrambled back, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at the man laying between us. He had a little blood trickling from his lips and nose. I dropped the wrench with my hands trembling like leaves in the wind. The parking lot was now eerily silent, the chaos of fighting dissipating into a heavy, oppressive stillness. There were cars still in motion behind us. The movie theater was a busy street, but still, apparently nobody saw. No one stopped to help. It was isolating and unsettling. Bryce looked at me with his voice shaking. "Dude, what the hell just happened?" Turned out Rose had a boyfriend, or at least so this guy thought. I'm not exactly sure of their connection, but Rose and that greaseball from the parking lot had been friends at some point. Whatever the relation was, Greaseball fell hard for Rose, who had no interest in dating him. So he stalked her, admired her from afar. When he saw the pictures going round of her and I kissing at the party, he figured out who I was, then reached out to me via Snapchat. The guy just simply lost it, decided he needed to fight for his woman. Bryce and I ended up being alright for the most part. That other guy spent the night in the hospital. Fortunately for me, there wasn't any charges to press. It was essentially his word against ours, as all the phone evidence had been auto-deleted via Snapchat. The police gave me an order of protection. He told the greaseball to keep his distance from me, Bryce, and Rose. And that was that. I took an extended, serious break from all social media, scrubbed all my contacts to make sure everybody was real, and slowly and surely took control of my life again. The lamest part, I never even saw Rose again. Never even heard from her, not even once.
I'm a female, and this is something that happened a while back when I was in high school. It was almost 10 years ago, and this was pretty early on into the school year. So randomly one day, I saw that I got added by somebody new on Snapchat. I looked and it was a guy named Michael something, but I didn't recognize his last name at all, so I did not add him back and I deleted it. Just a few days later, I got added on Snapchat by him again, and once more I deleted him. However, probably just a few days after the second time that I deleted the guy, I realized that he was actually in one of my classes and went to my school. I had never talked to him before, and he sat in the back middle of one of my classes while I sat towards the front and one side. So I would never really notice him much, but I did recognize him. He was a new student in the school, and prior to that class, I had never seen him before. Well, he added me again for a third time. This time, I decided to add him back, just because I knew that he went to my school now and that he was new. I still did not know anything about him other than that. I was surprised though that he kept adding me, even after I would not add him back. Well, finally adding him was something that I would quickly regret. I think it was the very next day, early on in the school day, and he sent me a picture of himself. It was just a basic selfie pretty much with no words. I responded sending one back, but he then sent me like 5 random pictures. We were both in different classes at the time. Some he took of other students, and others were just of the floor and whatever. I opened them up and did not reply because it seemed kind of weird. Later on in the day, we had the class that we were in together. This teacher did not like it when students would be on their phone during class, so I did not go on my phone at all during the class until the very end when we were done and all waiting for the bell to ring. When I did, I saw that there were tons of notifications on Snapchat from this Michael guy. I looked, and he literally sent me at least 20 pictures. I opened them all, quickly going from one to the next. They were all pictures of me that he took from where he was sitting. I found this pretty creepy. After opening them all and not responding, I decided to confront him in person. The bell rang at that point, but I caught up to him outside of the classroom in the hallway. I asked him why he had taken so many pictures of me in class. He just stood there not saying anything. I told him I thought it was really weird, and I was going to tell him not to do it again, but before I could, he just turned and ran away. It was very strange. Michael was now seeming like sort of a creep to me, and I decided to delete him on Snapchat, so I did. A few days went by, and I saw him in class, but didn't talk to him or anything. Then he added me on Snapchat again for a 4th time. This time, I blocked him. I really wanted nothing to do with the guy. Well, that very same day, I left school when it was over. I drove to and from school and had a car during this time. I remember that I left school, and when I was on my way home, I noticed that Michael was driving behind me. I had never noticed this before and was immediately suspicious. When I made it about halfway home, he was still behind me. I didn't think that he lived near me, and I figured that based on his previous behavior, he was possibly following me. When I had made it almost all the way home, he was still there, and after making it less than a mile from my house, I did not want to go any further, so I pulled over to the side of the street. Michael slowed down in his car but did not pull over. He ultimately drove past me and kept going. Then I went home. I didn't really know what to do about this whole deal. Over the next few days, I noticed Michael in class and I completely ignored him. Luckily, he didn't try talking to me or anything. He also did not add me again on Snapchat or try following me home. And probably a week or 2 after this, I stopped seeing him in class. Eventually, I asked around, and I found out that he apparently changed schools or something. I'm glad that he did. That whole situation is something that I would like to forget.